You don't have to chase me. Just stay right here and I'll go right here.
The yard waste.
It was funny if it had been. Good.
Hey. How are you? Good. Yeah, I got lots of photos for you guys, okay? I'll send it to you later. Okay. I could solve Really?
All right, good morning, everyone. Day 3. We'll call the meeting to order. Let's jump right into it. I'm turning over to you now.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Again, thank you for coming back to Day 3. And we're gonna get into our agenda here in a second, but we have 2 quick diversions. I'm gonna go to Craig first for an introduction, and then I'm gonna go to Chief Johansson for an update from an event yesterday.
Go walk it up. I don't know how many of you are aware that they put a retirement couple weeks ago, they retired right now. This is Jamila Goddard, and she's gonna do it for daily needs.
I'm very happy to be in it. So it's been week 3, and it's been wonderful. You know, I tell my family that I honestly, my whole career never worked anywhere that I felt so welcome for me daily. So it's just been amazing. To be here. Hope you get to work. So thanks for letting me come here.
All right. Thank you, Craig. Next, I'll ask the chief to come up. I don't know if y'all noticed, but when we were leaving yesterday, our lights blinked a little bit. Oh, it's because we had an event in the community that caused those lights to blink. Right, Kathy?
Yeah, thanks, Randy. Just a quick update, I guess, on yesterday. I'm sure that, especially as you're leaving here, you might probably saw cop cars kind of everywhere, a lot of power out. What we ended up having, you may have seen it by now on Facebook. It took us a little while. The usual social media is ahead of us nowadays, just kind of the way things work. We've got reported people breaking into multiple cars over Beaver Creek Commons area. Not a terribly uncommon call for us. The difference here is we had cops in the area pretty quick, so they picked up a vehicle fleeing, but they didn't have enough at that point in time to really get after that car. Just suspicious. So they go and they talk to the victims, and it turns out, yeah, that wasn't a suspect vehicle. So while they're taking the report, they put that out more broadly for the officers in the area. We start checking the area, and we pick up that suspect vehicle again. We're on Williams, somewhere probably around Salem. So the officer decides to light it up, pull it over. They decide they're not going to pull over, shockingly enough. And pretty abruptly, I mean, I was listening to the radio traffic because I had just left here. It was within a matter of seconds that while we're trying to get other units there in his pursuit, he unfortunately crashes into an innocent civilian at the intersection of South Hughes and Peakwood. It's a pretty big crash. The pictures there are pretty horrific. Fortunately, that innocent victim was significantly injured, but not life-threatening injuries, significant injuries to the lower extremities, but was conscious and coherent the entire time talking to us. Went to the hospital and is well on her way to recovery at this point. So that's, of course, what our primary thoughts and prayers are. There were 3 occupants of the vehicle. Well, we thought there were only 2. The police officer was only 2. They both put bail for the car almost immediately, took off running. Fortunately, we were right on top of them, so we caught them within a matter of yards. They didn't really get very far. And then as we're processing that, we realized that the suspect vehicle had careened into a power pole. Here's where electric comes in. Sheared the power pole straight off. I mean, there's power lines hanging all the way down into the intersection, and the pole is laying flat on the ground. A huge mess there. So all the lights are off, and a bunch of other lights are off. Created a mess down Williams for quite some distance. Electric was on scene super fast. Fire was on scene super fast and really helped us because we're pretty, I mean, honestly, I couldn't tell the difference if they were telecom wires or power wires. So thankfully, when they show up, we took care of that side of things. We thought there were only the 2 suspects. And then, as usually happens, the evil rolls on evil, and the driver decides to spontaneously tell us, oh, no, there was another one of us in the car. And he took off running that way. So that's why with all the activity here, we started pulling up cameras and looking at this guy running. It turned out he made it probably all the way to the corner of Center and Mason back here. That's where we last had him on a drone. So that's a pretty long way for him to have made it running. And he's shedding clothing and stuff all along the way. These guys are out of Norfolk. And I will tell you that the intersection had stolen property from the crash scattered all over the place inside the car. So what it'll turn out being is they're just working their way down south and just hitting parking lot after parking lot after parking lot. And then, fortunately or unfortunately, they come to Apex. And so the two of them end up in custody. They'll be facing, I think there were 6 felony charges that we booked both of them on. Third suspect has been identified and will turn up at some point. The reason that we didn't put out any real-time alert about this guy being on the run is because we didn't have any information to suggest he was a public safety threat, just running from the police trying to get away. But there were no weapons in the car and to indicate that.
Good, thank you.
All right. Question?
That's on our. Good job, guys.
Appreciate that.
Good job on the electric Kathy. I think everything's back in order.
Everything's back to normal. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. And we'll go to our agenda now. And I'll pass it to Alan.
Good morning, everybody. Day 3. I will introduce Hampton Billups and Derek Applewhite from Checkmate. They're going to walk through our legislative agenda. We last week had a presentation to our directors, and so they had some input into the setting of the legislative agenda. I will let Derek and Hampton kind of take it over from here. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Hey there. Hope you all are doing good this morning. First thing, I'm Hampton Billups. I've been with Checkmate as a team. We've been together since 2019. We were then previously with Patrick Townsend. Then in 2023, we formed Checkmate Government Relations and began building out our team separate of the law firm. At the state level, here's the team. At the state level, our managing partner is Ches McDowell. Ches started the practice in 2015. He previously worked for the Senate President Pro Tem Bill Berger. Nelson Freeman joined him as kind of the gentleman that runs the Raleigh office. And Nelson worked for the former Speaker and current freshman Congressman Tim Moore. You have myself, you have John Easterling, who came up in the ranks working for Roy Cooper and has been very active in Democrat politics for the greater part of 15 years. It's run statewide campaigns, sits on national boards. You have Kendall Conger, who joined us last year after running 2 successful congressional campaigns. Then our newest member, Derek Applewhite, joined us, that you're all very familiar with from the league a couple months ago, I guess at this point. And then Lauren Henderson, who came to us as a kind of a healthcare specialist. And so we as a team represent you and your interests in front of the legislature. And one of the things that we really pride ourselves on is being a flat organization. I know Alan has heard this a dozen times, but we really do value the fact that as a team, unlike some of the way that other firms operate, you see and hear from me the most. Derek will be part of that now. But as a team, we really disperse everybody that has the best relationship to get the job done. And so if that's somebody that needs to go talk to the House Senior Appropriations Chair, that's me. If that's someone that needs to go talk to the Speaker, that's Nelson. If that's someone that needs to go talk to the Pro Tem, that's Ches, and so on and so forth. And so we really strategically have built out our team so that we can be as effective as possible for our clients. And the flow of communication goes through one person, and then it's my job to disperse the team from there. And that's been really effective for us over the better part of a decade. So we'll give you a little bit of kind of North Carolina Legislature 101. And I apologize, this will be redundant for those of you that have heard it before, and maybe a little bit too simple, but I'll try to move through it quickly. But in the North Carolina Legislature, the Senate currently has 30 Republicans and 20 Democrats, giving it a supermajority number. That means they can override any veto that comes to them from the governor. The House does not have such a supermajority. They have 71. You need 72 in the House. So they have what we call a functioning supermajority. Over the last year, we've seen 3 to 4 Democrats that have been willing to override vetoes with the Republican caucus. And so they feel very confident in their ability to override any veto that comes their way. But we can talk about how that might change in 2026 and what to expect from there. But they currently have 71 Republicans and 49 Democrats. House leadership, I think that this valuable for you guys to know, especially as all of you are tied into separate associations, you're tied into your own political parties, and as you're engaging in events, for you guys to just kind of know the names and players and where they fit into the grand scheme. House leadership, you have the Speaker of the House, Destin Hall. This is his first term as speaker. He was previously the Rules Chairman. And he comes from Caldwell County. You have the House Rules Chairman, John Bell, who is from Wayne County. And I want to stop for a second. I know that we talked about this last year, but when the decision was being made as to who was going to be the next speaker following Tim Moore's departure for Congress, this was really important because at that time, if you all will remember, that Washington was really under some turmoil as to what was going on. You had the speaker drama week after week after week. And so North Carolina Republican Caucus really decided to come together. There were 4 names that wanted to be speaker, and you see them at the top of this list. Destin Hall, John Bell, and Brendan Jones were 3 of those 4. And they cut a deal that would put each of them in their selected positions and kind of rework some of the power balance behind the scenes and give them each a little bit more than what the position typically had, and each a little bit less than what the position typically had. And so that was the easiest negotiation as far as keeping a cohesive Republican caucus in our state and ensuring that there weren't the fractures that we were seeing at the federal level. And then you have your House Speaker Pro Tem, who just took over last year, which is Mitchell Setzer from Catawba County, who is a pretty fantastic advocate for local government. He's a former mayor out there and has always been a great friend for local governments. You want to hit on Senate leadership?
Sure. On the Senate side, obviously, we all are aware that the Senate President Pro Tem Phil Berger is arguably the most powerful politician in the state. However, this time around, we have the Senate President who serves in that role, though they are the Lieutenant Governor, that's Rachel Hunt. So she presides over the Senate during session. And then the Senate Rules Chairman, along with Senator Phil Berger, have been in this role for a while now. That's Bill Raven out of Brunswick County. And then this year, there was a bit of a coup inside of the Senate Democrat caucus where Sidney Batch was elected to take over from Senator Dan Blue, who had served in that position for a number of years prior to being switched up on this year. She has taken a different approach with the Senate Democratic Caucus and hoping to have a little bit more pressure put on the Senate Republicans. But nevertheless, she is in that position and will continue to serve in that role this next year. We can go through the additional leadership roles. I think what's most important is be aware of who these people are and where they reside across the state. They serve in many different capacities, but most notably, Representative Robert Reeves is the House Democratic leader over on the House side, and he will work closely in some ways with the Republican caucus on certain issues. I think most notably from this past session is that the House, both Republicans and Democrats, agreed for the most part on a budget. And the real agreement on the state budget, or disagreement rather, is between the House and the Senate, and the Republican caucus is there. But by and large, the Senate Democrats and House Democrats and House Republicans agreed on that budget. Other notable folks going down this list: Cynthia Ball, she's out of Wake County. And then on the political side, the conference chairs, you have Matthew Winslow and Jeff Singer. Both of those names may be familiar related to housing and zoning issues. And then paying attention to up and coming leaders on both sides is incredibly important. Heather Ryan out of Gaston and Blair Evans out of Wilkes County. And they're the freshman leaders.
So on the horizon, 2026 has been set up to be a pretty interesting year in North Carolina. We are in the middle of primary season, as you all know. You've been voting going on next door. I think everybody is watching the Berger versus Page showdown that's going on in Rockingham and Guilford counties. That'll really be a pretty dramatic and cataclysmic shift in how Senate politics are done if Berger were to lose that primary. He has been the leader of that caucus since Republicans took over in 2010 and has shepherded the Senate to where it is today. And so that would be a pretty dramatic shift in seeing a whole new cast of characters, because I think there's some assumption that there may be some members that retire because they don't want to serve in a Senate leadership position without Phil Berger. There's also the funding discrepancies between Berger and Page. I think it just broke the news yesterday that Berger has raised $2.5 million for his race and Page has raised $46,000. And so that gives you a pretty clear indication of where businesses and donors are shifting their dollars. In the middle of what is assumed to be $1 billion Senate race at the national level between Whatley and Cooper. So it's pretty interesting to watch as that dynamic continues. And we really, I think that we'll have a much clearer picture on 2026 after that March 3rd primary finishes.
And
Any handicap for us?
I'm,
I mean, we're paying a lot of money.
I'd say, are we in the predictions? I'm not in the prediction business, kind of like astrologists, but
But you are in the probability business.
I'd say Burger by 2.
Well, that's tight.
Yeah, I think it'll be tight, but
there's a lot of voter share out of Guilford County. Rockingham is obviously more challenging this time around with Sheriff Page, having served there for 20 some odd years.
Yeah.
Incredibly important primary, but there are a number of big primaries across the state on both the House or on the Republican side and the Democratic side. Northeast North Carolina has a competitive primary with a former representative, Michael Ray, seeking to unseat the first term incumbent Rodney Pierce. Carla Cunningham, who is one of those Democratic votes that will sometimes side with Republicans, has a primary out in the Charlotte area. Representative Jake Johnson is facing a primary from a former majority leader, Mike Hager. And so that's just one of many primaries. And then obviously, as we get closer to November and look at the general election, there'll be a number of competitive races, including 2 here in Wake County. And so it'll be important to pay attention to these dynamics over the next several months and how both the primary results and leading up to the election influence the decision-making in Raleigh, the politics leading to some of the issues we'll discuss here.
so obviously the elephant in the room is that a budget has not been passed in North Carolina. They spent all year trying to negotiate that, and they were unsuccessful. There's been a number of items that they've been hung up on. Those specifically would be the Children's Hospital. The House is really adamant that the Senate should not spend the large amount of public dollars on a hospital that is backed by 2 entities that have what they believe to be more than enough money to build a hospital by themselves. And so the House has really taken a strong stance on that. I was meeting with another member of House leadership a week ago, and he was reiterating that point to me. And so I think that as we see the budget bill progress, the House leadership came out, I think 3 weeks ago, maybe at this point, and said that the Senate had kind of backed off the number that they were requesting from the House. And I think that the Senate is potentially going to find some creative solutions for finding the funding dollars that will be necessary. They're looking at a variety of places, and it may not just necessarily have to come out of the state budget. So that'll be something to watch. This is something that I know that you guys are obviously extremely interested in. This is something that we have conversation all the time because of our relationships within the UNC system, our relationships with the Senate leadership. I was with Senate Healthcare Chair Jim Bergen, and this is really their hill to die on, to find and maximize as much as they can centered around the Children's Hospital. And they're willing to do anything to do so. Berger has really, at this point, I would say, he has a lot, but his 2 top of mind legacy pieces are reducing the personal income tax and the Children's Hospital. And that's how he views it. This is a legacy item for him. And it should be handled as such, as we, as Checkmate, are having conversations both internally with you guys and externally with the House and Senate caucuses. The House caucus, I would say, is one that is it has to be handled a little bit more carefully, just because of their current stance on it. But our ability to allow them to see wins where they don't currently see any is going to be useful over the next 6 to 8 months. So, sorry, go ahead.
I would say, I mean, is this the time to talk about that? Because I have some thoughts that I'd like to pitch at you and hear on this.
Yeah, sure.
Great. So, reacting to what you said, if the House is kind of dug in that they're not going to raise the top line number, is there an opportunity, or I hope there might be an opportunity then, to view this as a way to maybe speak to the House budget writers about, maybe the compromise could be shifting money towards infrastructure projects to the hospital, and Apex, or it could take the form of NCDOT funding, for some of their projects in our area that would support the hospital and also. You think that might be possible to break on top line numbers?
Absolutely. And that's part of the conversations we've had with the Senate staff and budget writers are around the kind of the creative outlook. And that's part of our job is to be creative, to find solutions for you guys. Look, let's not give it the appearance of, hey, this is all going to, or we're just writing a check and it's going to the Children's Hospital and we're going to give it to UNC to do it to, we're going to include it all in one line. Let's find some ways to break it down, and so that because it is good for Apex on a variety of fronts. It doesn't have to be pitched as just the Children's Hospital project. I think you're absolutely right.
That's going to be substantial enough though, right? To kind of look at the budget number being thrown around versus the infrastructure requirements around the hospital. I'm just kind of curious about the compare in terms of the overall size of it.
Oh, I have no idea how much money there is, but I mean.
I'll take dollars for infrastructure anything.
We have $6 million. Right, taking on Sydney. 5 million, 10 million.
Jesse Drive, road improvements.
Yeah, anything at 55, and even if it's an Apex project or it's accelerating or funding NCDOT projects, 55, 64, 1, Center Street is a thing, that's terrible in Apex, probably get worse. And there's really been no path to get funding for that, I've heard. And then, for that, some of that. There's a lot of just road stuff that can be done by NCDOT, which would support the Children's Hospital, and support Apex and support economic development in the area.
And this is a niche issue that I had that I wasn't even going to bring up, but because you brought up infrastructure and how we might be, one of the concerns I've had, I'm just making a remark, is we've got a pay toll that leads directly to where a Children's Hospital will be eventually. And so I know that we have contracts and things that were decided in the mid-aughts, but just that was something that if it were to be perhaps even just a small encouragement for, hey, here's something that's already occurring, and then maybe it speaks to this is a small concern, but maybe there's more opportunity to move to that infrastructure funding.
Are you saying to redirect the toll dollars, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
I guess
I was just making sure.
it was so small that I was going to bring it up.
Yeah.
But because you brought it up, I thought, you know what, now's the time. My concern is you're going to have some considerable amount of people. I understood the west side of 540 at the time. You had wealthier folks who were able to pay for it, and we needed the road, and the deal was cut. Right. But now you're going to have patients and things who need to access essentially a public infrastructure landmark, and they're going to need to pay. And I know it's so nominal, but I've just as a small piece of your narrative.
Yeah, but even absolutely, and I agree with that point.
And I don't think there's any way to get there not paying. Well, I guess you could come up 1 or
55, 40.
Anyway, just a small. It's a asterisk.
Great point. But yes, I think that so. As part of the whole budget conversation goes along, that we did not pass a budget this past year. We didn't pass a new spending bill the year before during short session. And so I think I was with Speaker staff yesterday, and the estimation were that the money that is sitting in, because it's just sitting in an escrow account, will have developed $2 billion worth of funding. And so that to them is extremely valuable because they see not only like the projects that they want to fund across the state, they also are going to have all of the trickle down effects that have come from the One Big Beautiful Bill and some Hurricane Helene recovery and some major price tags. And so I think that is another underlying theme of why there's not been the rush to spend the money last year. Let it continue sitting and growing and provide them some more flexibility going into 26. Anything? Any other questions on the budget?
Use the action, I think, after the primary.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think, and truthfully, I don't want to be as pessimistic as this can sound. I think there's a chance that a budget can pass at any given month, not necessarily during the summer. I think that a budget there's a way negotiations could go that a budget would fall November and December timeframe, which is not unusual for how North Carolina's operated in the last 5 or so years. So I think that there's a chance it also falls after the general, and they just pass some minor spending bills over the summer to kind of hold it all together, which the legislature is like many budgets, and they're certainly going to have to spend some money on Medicaid. That's been made very clear to them by the department, and I think that will be kind of a first priority for them, and so if they can spend the Band-Aid, they can then save up and spend it all at the end of the year. So,
Which, and he's saying mini budget, it's still significant spending package.
Yeah.
We're talking, it could be $500 million, and it just may not be 35 billion.
correct. So that's just giving you guys as much outlook as I can. Property tax. So property tax has become an ever evolving conversation. Derek and I think kind of the first times this began to spike, Derek and I were down in Texas at the American Legislative Exchange Council conference with a lot of the Republican delegates on both sides of the aisle, or on both chambers. They send them down there to do a little bit of fact finding and some policy discussions, and property tax began to grow in, hey, let's start looking at this. And Derek and I were sitting in a Uber with two senators from opposite ends of the state, and one said, let's just do away with property tax, and the other said, I don't think you know how we're going to fund government. And that's kind of been where the conversation has been ever since. And so we are continuing to do kind of an education campaign because there are a great number of elected officials inside the General Assembly that have sat exactly in your shoes and have served in local government and understand the processes and where the funding goes and how you make your budgets and why that is so critical to you. And there's some that have never stepped in a room and may not have since they've been elected. And so that really the education discrepancy between the two, it becomes a very easy talking point of, my citizens don't like property tax, let's do away with property tax. Ron DeSantis talking about property tax, let's do away with property tax. And so Derek and I have worked hard over the last 3 months to just decrease that education divide and figure out if there's anywhere that they're going to meet in the middle as they begin to really go into their joint legislative oversight committees. The Senate just announced a new committee to look at property tax. The House has been doing it. They have a requirement to have a report by May, and they are going to continue down this rabbit hole. And I think that really where Derek and myself, and we've talked to Alan and Mayor Pro Tem about, is the idea of them looking to nibble around the edges and finding some solutions that work, that make sense, that there's some guardrails that could be put into place, but there's no way to do anything substantial to property tax because you're just going to have no money to spend on any of the necessary people that operate inside of government. I like when I call 911 that somebody shows up. I think we all agree with that. And so that it's become really a pretty dramatic discussion. And I think that you have a lot of champions inside of the General Assembly, thankfully. But I'll let you add anything.
Yeah, well, I think the range of options that they've considered really do start from let's eliminate property tax to adjusting very small around the edge options, whether it's the homestead exclusion or the circuit breakers, veterans, elderly, looking at ways to really have an impact politically as they go into an election year, while also recognizing that they can't rob local governments of the primary funding source for budgets. There are a few unique personalities that are really locked in on this, but for the most part, most of the legislators that we have talked to are trying to identify some areas right there in the middle that they can make small adjustments to that benefit the caucus at large. And then on the Senate side, it's a similar conversation. There were a number of bills filed this year. None of them really moved, but they've announced this working group committee. I don't know if it's an official committee yet on the Senate side, but he came on the heels of Guilford County announcing, what was it, a 40% valuation increase just a couple of weeks ago. And that is the core voting base for the Senate President Pro Tem's primary race. So just something to keep in mind, this larger picture, but when it comes, we're going to pay attention to this, and there's going to be another meeting next week. Over the past 2 meetings that they've held for that property tax subcommittee, they have largely been informational. This one may start identifying some ideas and fleshing those out from staff, but we'll certainly report back and pass that information along to y'all.
So is there any conversation around, okay, if we take this away, then how are we going to supplement that? Because none of the conversation is good for municipal government, right? And so I'm just not hearing any alternatives other than like, yeah, let's reduce taxes and, put everybody in a bind, basically.
Correct. I've not seen any solutions as far as supplemental funding goes.
And my question on this point is, and maybe I'm just being a little optimistic, but one of the reasons that local property taxes get driven up is the lack of ability of funding strings. It's on our legislative agenda, it's on everyone's legislative agenda with real stuff, and I don't want to sit, but like impact these live legislation for it. Is there any way we kind of turn the local property tax discussion to like, well, if Apex could charge transportation impact fees, maybe that could reduce the pressure on, them or the property tax rates?
I think, and I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. You guys would know better than I, but I don't think that you'd want to give an inch on the property tax side. I don't know that it would I think that you're better to just keep whole.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you guys are saying, well, when you come on property tax, what you do is let all the towns charge impact.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But the
the
second that they're going to take that, they begin to see, they'll negotiate with us on the property tax front, and I don't think that we will.
Well,
We're not a stand. I think our stance has been to not negotiate on it.
Yeah, well then, if there are going to be ideas that are coming up from other groups outside of the, other interest groups outside of the General Assembly that want to have a conversation about property tax, the primary goal for us is to ensure that you can sustain the revenue for your budgets. And what comes after that, if we're talking about impact fees, that conversation came up in the House Bill 765, Senate Bill 205 discussion when they were pushing really hard on zoning reform. And the conversation would then transition to infrastructure and how are we going to fund the infrastructure necessary if development is just going to be approved, and impact fees came up then. So I will say the folks on the other side of that argument did not like hearing impact fees. That you say that word in the General Assembly and everybody's freak out. So I don't see a lot of opportunity there, but local option sales tax.
Yeah, the payback, I think that those are the places that you might be able to go on a separate conversation. I don't think that you want to tie in property tax. But I do think that that's something that is, as we go through our presentation, that'll be something that we talk about is the paybacks, the potential for that to go statewide and the conversations that have gone on there, and some other sources of funding that local governments take advantage of.
Is everybody familiar with the payback? I don't want to assume.
I am not.
Okay, so what was the acronym? Okay. It was for Mecklenburg County, Charlotte Mecklenburg County to have a local option back. I think it was set for transportation projects in the larger Mecklenburg area. It's a kind of a first of its kind model in transportation funding for to be raised by locals. So the benefit is that it is an additional funding source. The downside is if legislators see that as a good model, they may identify that as a process to move forward with rather than investing or making adjustments to the STIP and other programs that would generate revenue and provide that revenue to local governments for transportation projects.
The way it looks tomorrow, like, yeah, I get it or something. That's different than what Mecklenburg, I thought it was similar.
Yeah, I think they had a half set.
Yeah,
Because I remember filing, sales tax, but you have your kind of the base rate and then there's 0.5% or something in addition to that for Wake County. Transportation. So it's basically an overlay district that gets taxed.
Yeah, they're gonna have a 27 member board to oversee that authority.
Which,
27. Be its own shout.
They they'll have a transit authority, but their there's something else to add to that. But I think that's something that the transportation chairs in the Senate are going to be closely watching how they develop that because they're very interested in that going statewide. And have been friendly on that idea.
Just to kind of wrap this up, like on the property tax thing, I'm assuming that municipalities are well represented both by you guys, but also the league is probably still involved.
Yeah.
Every municipality,
Oh,
every county is.
The counties are.
Yeah,
the county association.
And Jay, I feel that you mentioned earlier that Sesser is a former mayor, you said?
Yeah.
Like, he probably understands this,
For sure.
right?
Yes.
And the other chair is Julia Howard, and she's a longstanding member and chair of the finance committee in the House, and she understands finance and tax policy better than probably any other legislator. So she's the other chair of the property tax subcommittee.
Or maybe what?
Julia Howard.
That's what I was going to add. I think that is as important as it gets is we talk about it a little bit later in the presentation, but as Checkmate, we really pride ourselves in our ability to also work with the other statewide associations. So we work very well with the League of Municipalities. We're very close with the County Commissioners Association. We're very close with everybody that's going to be kind of the major players in this. And that allows us all to have the similar playbook and making sure that we're all preaching the same message and we can all go together because everybody has their own lobbyists and their own relationships, and that'll be the way to maintain the General Assembly.
But overall, I mean, I think this is something we need to be extremely worried about. And I'm generally an optimistic person, but on this front, having been in Florida for most of my career, I've seen this movie play out. And the nibble around the edges, I mean, it's stuff that nobody's going to be against. It's for veterans, it's for seniors, it's for widows of veterans. And they start to add all of these different carve-outs that each one is just a small amount. And then before you know it, the totality of this is like, oh my gosh, look at how many millions of dollars we've taken from local government and their ability for property.
That's kind of where my question is, like, where are the offset, right? Because even nibbling around the margin will reduce our income stream. I mean, if those are the groups that they want to address, and why not have, better like grievance like type structures or like we set them up, or the county has set up some tax relief programs. If the state wants to fund that, then okay, you achieve the same goal, but you don't impact municipal revenue streams.
Right. I think that the only one that was presented was disabled veterans.
Yeah, there's been a number of
I think that's the only one that they've kind of run with. But to your point, the County Commissions Association has done a great job of taking all of the bills that were, and I can get this so that Alan can distribute it out, but they took all the bills that were introduced last year that had any sort of property tax invitation to them and attached a dollar sign. And that was a really home run messaging item that landed on a lot of the folks inside the General Assembly's desk that was successful in swaying their opinions on it. So I'll make sure that we provide that to you guys.
Is the urban-rural representation variable playing into this, or is it, because I've run into that, and where it's not even really political as much as it is that loose coalition of tending to urban, suburban, maybe even ex-urban areas, as opposed to folks who don't see perhaps that same value.
Yeah,
I think so. Some of the highest property tax rates are in some of the most rural counties in the state. And that's not lost on conservatives.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was just going to say, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that we talked about the idea of as you get into dipping to excluding elderly and making sure they have an exemption, that hits northeastern North Carolina the hardest, where you do have some of the more rural Republican districts that are just more elderly in general, and so that eliminates like 65% of their tax base.
Do you mind offering up yes, because it's kind of like the who doesn't like puppies, and it's like Randy hates puppies. Wait, how do you hate puppies? Same thing with this, where it's like, how do you continue to impose this burden upon the elderly? But is that narrative coming back where it's like, hey, I can see where your concern is, and yes, there is stress on this, but this is something that has downstream effect to the rest of.
Yeah, that conversation has
Absolutely.
happened. I mean, some of the best messaging is, we understand you want exemptions for these other groups, but every time you do that, you shift the burden of the tax burden onto everyone else. So it's a
I was just curious how you folks are pushing back on that narrative.
Yeah, I mean, wait, so like you shift it from the elderly, everybody loves the elderly, well, now you're single mother. And so like,
Yeah.
that's the talking point.
Well, I want to point out, last year we did adopt support for legislation to extend our exemptions for seniors.
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
And we had discussion in the leagues, what do you call it, legislative group. And the dynamic I pointed out is exactly what you said, where the urban and suburban municipalities are a couple of us who support the idea. And then we got heavy pushback from the rural towns. And the reason is like, just mathematically, those property tax exemptions affect us less because we're in the younger community. So us, this sort of nibbling around the edges for expanding seniors, it's a rounding error for Apex, but for rural county, what would happen is that revenue would just go double the tax. So yeah, just point out again, it's on our agenda, like include discussion.
Yeah.
But someone we supported in the past, we did a resolution supporting Representative Bray's bill on the topic, to try to play nice.
Yeah.
And it's because, again, we have a younger population, it's really not that big a deal for us, but everyone.
Forgive me, the only thing I'll ask on that is there a mechanism that is legal, it's needs-based, as opposed to simply an age? And the reason, and I know now we're still talking about the camel goes under the tent and nibbling around the edges and what that might lead to. But I'm just wondering if there's a better way for us to perhaps define what we mean when we're talking about that. We're not talking about the person with, a couple homes and, but we're talking about the people who are needs-based. Is there any way of handling that from a legal perspective when we're talking about those exemptions? I'm just wondering if we can better define it so we're not necessarily changing the position.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably the answer that I have for you off the top of my head, just because of every time that you kind of change the wording, there's like, depending on how you reword it, it could increase it, it could decrease it. I'm sure that there probably is, but not that I'm aware of.
Put it on the spot, thanks.
Yeah.
I think it's fine based on, what's the advice we're getting is like, maybe this is a matter of the future once this sort of, the spotlight isn't on this discussion of the general assembly.
And while talking about nibbling around the edges, I'll add this, like one of the things that we've discussed pretty frequently is the rate at which tax revals occur. So the state requires it every 8 years. Department of Revenue advises every 4. And so it's really become over the last 8 years a political volleyball where a county commission, it's time to do it. And they say, we don't want to be the guys doing that. Let's punt it another 4. And when you do it, when you go the full 8 years, it applies some heavy sticker shock to your constituency. And then it's up to the board to try to level all of that out. Some are doing it, some are definitely not doing it. And that is where you've seen a lot of tensions rise over the sticker shock of it and how it's handled internally by the commission. So that's one of the ideas that's been floated around. Like, should we just restrict it? Should we put percentages on it? Like, if your county is growing at X amount of rate, you need to do this every 2 years because you shouldn't just let it hang out there. So there's been some creative ideas around that wouldn't necessarily touch the dollars, but would help ease the process for constituents across the state.
And I think what's not well understood in the General Assembly by people in the local government, but I think everyone here knows, like, the problem isn't the valuation going up.
Correct. Yeah,
That's fine.
that's fine. It should go up. We want it to go up.
Yes, it's that they don't all go up at the same rate, and that rebalance the tax burden across the population. And I think, based on some comments I've seen, I think that a lot of members in the Assembly just don't understand that.
Yes.
And they just think valuations go up, tax bills go up. They don't understand the rates go down and the rebalancing is a little more complicated than that.
So just a time check, we're about 30, 20, 25, 30 minutes. So
Yeah, we'll keep it in. Sorry.
no, it's great discussion.
We can talk
Great
about
discussion. I just know we've got an activity.
Yeah, we can, we should be able to move through this pretty quickly. Homeowners bill, I know that we sent out communication, this has been in the news. Last year was Senate Bill 205, House Bill 765. There was continuing kind of reworking of some local preemption of authority. That was a big issue last year that continued to get some pushback inside the Republican caucus in the House, which was very beneficial. We were able to do a lot of education with some of the members that might not necessarily have been on our side, but once understanding it, they said, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. We're not good with that. And that included some of the more high-ranking members, and that has essentially killed both of those bills. However, we fully anticipate that it's always whack-a-mole with a bill like that, and so we anticipated it to take a new shape, a new form this year, and provisions of that to pop up somewhere. And so that's just something that our team and the league and everybody will kind of be on high alert as the year progresses to make sure that we are staying ahead of that and continuing to educate as to why it's bad for local governments and ultimately constituents.
Are the winds changing at all in the, especially the House caucus with some retirements coming up about like overall support for pushing the home builder stuff, or new people coming up that are replacing the old guy?
I think TBD, yes, TBD. Yeah, well, we can let you know that in November. Yeah.
I was gonna ask you quickly,
Yeah.
is it possible that that gets swept up in another hard to vote against bill? Like in terms of just what you were talking about, things possibly moving and it ends up slipping in the
So
budget?
typically, I would say yes. I would say that the number of, and specifically those in the position that have been in opposition to it are not going to want to see it swept into a bill that is snuck through.
Yeah.
That will raise a red flag for them. I think these will have to move in the light of day more than they've had to in the past, just because of all the actions that were taken last year.
In some cases, a lot of those provisions are the poison pill that would drag down a more important bill.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. The downzoning or zoning and ETJ, I think that kind of falls under the same. Downzoning repeal. I know that is critical to everybody across the state. We have conversations with folks in small communities, large communities, everywhere. This is something that people care about. I think politically, this will be something that will vary in the session. That's my optimism at the moment. I don't know that anybody else shares that optimism, but I'm being optimistic.
I do.
Yeah,
I share it.
And then with that, I know you, quick question, is that because they've said, oh man, this went too far, or is it?
Yes.
Like, I'm just curious.
So,
I'm looking at
I think
justifications.
that, I don't know that they quite calculate, when they did it, I don't know that they quite calculated the fallout that would ensue. And that it would be so negative for your rural communities. And I think that that is something that they underestimated and gravely underestimated. And so you've seen every member of the House is in support of reverting it. Every member of the Senate is in support of reverting it. There's some political background ties that just need to work their ways out. And we're hopeful that that'll get done. I do not anticipate they're not going to walk in on day one and say, you know what, let's just go ahead and fix this. I think this will drag on for a little bit. Hurricane Helene funding, we can run through that. That's just something to be mindful of as the whole budget discussion. We mentioned that earlier, and Medicaid funding, we talked about that. Legislative agenda development. So we work with Alan very regularly. We talk, I guess, every other week, if not more. We have a set call with Alan every other week right now, which turns to weekly during the session. But that's just so that we guarantee that we talk. Alan and I text and email to make sure that you guys are in the loop the entire time. So the guiding legislative principles are support funding to municipalities, support greater flexibility and local control for municipalities, support community and accessibility efforts, oppose removal of authority from municipalities, oppose unfunded mandates or cost shifts, oppose efforts to eliminate or reduce funding to the power bill. Any questions on that one? Okay, legislative agenda development, and we can run through this, and that way we can get to our activity that Derek is going to lead.
And these are the same that are on your document. We just in the red, you'll add some notes in the back of it. And you have these slides as well. So we can breeze through these and then we'll.
So a welcoming community, identify and seek funding for outdoor recreational need, and see parks grants and direct grants. In full transparency, recreational needs are not likely to be funded by the General Assembly. That's not something that they've taken a priority to over the last decade or so. And so our team is happy to help facilitate within the governor's office with other flows of funding streams. If the General Assembly were to get a federal grant from DC that said, hey, you need to spend this on recreation, we'd be happy to take advantage of that. Just want to set expectations of this just not being something that they're going to be jumping to fund.
Can we recast this and make it more about like healthy communities, healthy living, right? And, park development, encourage people to be outdoor, exercise, things like that. So instead of asking specifically for recreational facilities or recreational, park type land, take it more of the health angle, right?
And we can certainly carry that forward. I think for the agenda as y'all have it, I think this was adopted. So we'll try to, if at all possible, try to keep the language that is existing, but knowing that the effort is ultimately toward health and community, and other legislative items that might address that will include.
Yeah, and as Derek mentioned, this was adopted last year. This is kind of our guiding document for the biennium, and then at the beginning of next year, you guys will draft a brand new legislative agenda that'll bring in all new key points and areas you'd like to address, or areas you'd like to keep for the future. The next is support legislation that expands property tax. We've talked about that a lot. There's been several bills. We can talk about how we want to handle that or not handle it.
Now or the next side?
Do you want to? We can do it in the exercise. Yeah. And then advocate for legislation that promotes opioid and other substance use prevention, intervention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery initiatives. Our team is about as keyed in on this. We pride ourselves on being a leader in the mental health space, and so this is something that we're very close to, and talk through where opioid settlement funds go. That's something that we're very active in. And how that might impact your communities. I know that there's a ton of Wake County entities that are finding funding through the opioid settlement funds. There's also a lot of strong initiatives inside both the House and the Senate caucuses to ensure that there's mental health for schools, that there's Narcan everywhere, that's been a pretty high priority for them over the last couple of years. High-performing government, promote legislation that would broaden the capabilities for providing electronic notices by local governments. As an asterisk next to it, we'll call that one in progress.
That's right. There's a lot of interest across the state for this to happen. The North Carolina Press Association does not like it, but members of the General Assembly filed bills saying that they'd like to do something about it. So we'll keep you posted on that.
Identify and support legislation directed at initiatives related to reducing community violence and increasing public safety for non-traditional violence prevention. So we included Arena's law. That was the big public safety bill of the year last year that took a lot of public safety ideas that had been discussed throughout the year and kind of compiled them all into one large bill that was largely reactionary to everything that was going on in Charlotte. But I will say that the bill followed that incident. But all of those conversations have been going on all year around public safety. And so as you have your chief here, as you guys are working through how you can go hand in hand with the General Assembly on something like public safety, I think that's something that is terrific for you to partner with them on and say, hey, this is how we can keep APEX safe. This is what we need. These are the flexibilities. These are the funding models. Arming us with that is something that'll be terrific as we go through this year, because public safety is yet again kind of on the forefront of their minds.
I think the combination of mental health and public safety right now is in a unique place between crisis intervention training for officers and other mental and behavioral health support for the community. I think the legislators, particularly leaders in the House, Representative Alan Chester, is really focused on this. So there may be some opportunities that we can work on.
Yep. Sorry. Promote legislation to move all municipal elections to even years, reducing the costly burden to municipalities. This is something that we've talked about kind of at length. I know that that'll continue to be part of the discussion, and you guys can certainly talk about that amongst yourselves during the activity. Environmental leadership, advocate for pollinator habitats and protection of native species. House Bill 84, the Pollinator Protection Act.
It's out there. It may not have a lot of legs, but it's out there. Leave it at that.
support legislation that will protect energy consumers and improve reliability. I think this is going to be one that is just going to always occur on your legislative agenda, just because as we go into the new era of data centers and everything else, that like we're ensuring that the consumers are protected and not bearing large large cost burdens throughout the next decade. This is going to be something that's front of mind for legislators.
So that Senate bill that passed regarding Duke's funding and being able to pass on costs, whatever. What was the kind of reaction to that? If that makes any sense? Like that seemed to be a pretty negative thing in terms of not very consumer friendly, right? Like it could lead to earlier rate hikes. Is that something the General Assembly understood and was just more effective lobbying by Duke? And
I would say that it was all part of the negotiation with Duke that ended, I guess, the 2030 deadline for them, and then gave them some more flexibility. So the General Assembly viewed it as the need outweighed the cost, and that was that their minds were made up on. Promote efforts that prioritize clean water for our communities and provide funds for remediating contamination in local water supplies.
Yes, House Bill 569, Wizard Pay has been a conversation. Representative Seth Davis continues to push that among others. One thing to note is the EMC is very likely to approve PFAS limits, and that downstream effect will certainly come to folks that have water treatment facilities that get popped for PFAS. And what that remediation and treatment looks like, we know is going to be incredibly expensive. So that's just something we all need to be prepared for over the next several months and years.
Oppose legislation that places limitation on local government regulations concerning tree removal. This seems obscure, but this is a bill that we've had to kill for like 7 years in a row, and they did not file it this year. So we're going to taking that as a defensive win. They've backed into their corner, and we'll see if they reemerge this year.
Who's, is that HBA question at the bottom?
It's the
For outdoor advertising?
Yes, it's outdoor advertising. The responsible development support opportunities to increase access to affordable housing by expanding incentive programs and address concerns of large investors in corporate housing. I'll let you talk about that.
President Trump just filed an EO, I think it was at the end of January, addressing this issue. We'll see if there's any federal guidance that comes out beyond just the executive order and how that may trickle down to the states. There have been bills filed in the past, last biennium, to address this issue. They did not move forward, mainly because of the challenges between state federal regulation there, but something we'll pay attention to.
The support the expansion and continuation.
Any opportunity in that area to look at expansion of either housing or community development tax credits that could support. I know there was a time in the past where there were community development tax credits that could be used for that. So is that a part of any discussions related to this?
It's not specifically related to the executive order, but I believe that we're on the community opportunity tax credits and other housing tax credits. Those conversations come up. The Senate is not a big fan of tax credits. So
Low income housing tax credit?
correct. Well, I guess beyond just the low income housing tax credits, authorizing new tax credits at the state level, the Senate's not been interested in. But there was no information on, the federal plan moving forward on those.
Yeah, and I was thinking more at the state level.
Yeah, we talked at length, I think, last year about the opportunity tax credit.
Right.
So Mitchell Setzer, who we've talked about a couple of times, Speaker Pro Tem, is very supportive of that. I think he might have co-sponsored the original program, but he now is taking the lead on that. Him and I met. We've hit the members that he thought we needed to hit because of the budget negotiations. He didn't think last year was the year for it, and so that I'm hopeful that is on the horizon of something that they're going to add to the chopping block and make sure that's part of the negotiation going forward.
Your resources.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Advocate for legislation to fund and support mobility initiatives, including expansion of roads, bus, cycle, and light rail systems to suburban areas. This is something that I think is always going to be in progress, and something that we're actively working on, especially with the funding that's kind of come across the state for all of those initiatives. I think this would probably include a little bit of the payback as well, and how that might have some regional impacts elsewhere.
Quick question on that, does that also include, I mean, I see bicycle, but does that also include other micro mobility initiatives, even to the point of pedestrian improvements? Or is that-
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Responsible development, support the establishment of long-term funding streams that adequately address water, sewer, stormwater, water transportation, and other infrastructure needs. This is going to be something that is talked about a lot this year and next year. Senator Berger has made that a priority for 2026. I think that will likely be something that we see as a continued priority, especially in the Senate. The House seems to indicate that it is in support of it as well. But being able as a community to tie your water, sewer, stormwater, and transportation to the economic development projects that are coming on, and anything that we can point to this increasing the value and the needs that are addressed in Apex is going to be critical. Advocate for and support the restoration of downzoning. Economic vitality, support efforts that ensure equitable distribution of sales tax.
Yeah, that's going to be sticky always. So I'll just say that conversation comes up from time to time, but it gets really hairy between the relationship of the municipality and the county. In y'all's case, there are other unique challenges there as well. So we'll keep you posted if this comes up.
Invest heavily in infrastructure grants to provide capacity for siting new businesses and expansions to ensure robust recruitment and strong retention. That's going to be another important one for us to have in our back pocket as we're working with the legislators. And then promote legislation that will provide local revenue options beyond the property tax. We talked about paybacks. These are the list of partners. I know we mentioned earlier, we work very closely with the league, obviously. And then Electric Cities, NC Economic Development Association, American Planning Association, and NC County Commissioners Association, which is important for us to be able to paint the entire picture for legislators as we're educating them and helping them prioritize projects.
Do you mind if I ask really quickly?
Yeah.
Are all those folks regularly on Jones Street?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say, with the exception typically of the American
Planning,
Planning,
that's what I was wondering.
they don't have a registered lobbyist, but their legislative committee pays attention to what's going on in Raleigh. And I think they just appointed a new interim chair to their committee that I have a good relationship with. So
yeah,
we'll consult.
And outside the NC Economic Development Association also is separate from the North Carolina EDP&C, the Economic Partnership. We have a very close relationship with them as well, which has been a pretty high on the list for the speaker as far as prioritization goes with economic development projects. He's really leaned into EDP&C. So adding that one to the list. Legislative agenda development, clear, concise, simple priorities, include policy priorities and capital needs, incorporate state association priorities, education and engagement, strategic goal alignment, and credibility. And this is really how we tried to put together your legislative agenda over the last year. This is where we started by not only bringing in clear and concise goals for you as Apex, but also marrying them up with some of the statewide associations and how they're prioritizing things, and making sure that we're all one big team.
How do you feel about our current legislative agenda? Like, if is it too long? Is it?
No, I think it's great. Because there is always something going on inside the General Assembly. While the top line is always the budget, the policy items that are being discussed behind closed doors in every corner of that building. And this allows us to really be to really have direction from you guys on every topic that's going to be discussed, so we know exactly where you stand and exactly where we can pursue the best policy or budget.
And very quickly, to help us understand what are the top priorities, go to the next slide. Sorry. We're going to do a quick activity and we're going to shorten it up just for the sake of time. But ultimately, what we want to understand from the council is what are the most important items. So you have your entire list. We don't want to change that that agenda, but we just want to understand what to prioritize when we're in the General Assembly on your behalf. So we're going to pair you up. We're going to skip the first individual prioritization and do pairs. Hampton, remember those pairs?
Yeah, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Gray and Councilmember Sue, and then the other Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Zager. I think that was it, wasn't it?
Y'all going to get together and think about 3 top priorities, 5 secondary priorities, and then the rest of those agenda items are going to be on a watch list for us. Obviously, we're paying attention to all of them, but we just want to know what are the most important for you. So if you want to just very briefly take a look at that list and then pair up. And then what I want you to do in your pair is to agree on your top 3 and then your second 5. And then we'll work together to prioritize them as a group. All right, so get together, get up, get comfortable. It'll take about 5 or so minutes to do that.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Derek.
Thanks.
Perfect. Where do you want it?
Just right here.
Leave it where it was. Just leave it here. Those are good. I was gonna say this is my favorite.
Best now.
The little snack on the go. Yeah. Easy. And a little, black coffee. Nothing better.
Chair.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about our.
Priority.
So. You told me last time, right?
What?
Bringing up fast.
Okay, I'm gonna go sit back over there so Lori can have her chair.
Y'all can stay in the area.
Stay over there.
Yeah.
You don't mind.
Never mind.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I know. Take my seat.
Yeah. All right. Y'all both have copies of your, stay in your parents.
It's kind of similar.
Perfect, as long as y'all both have it.
Yeah.
All right. Who would like to start with a top priority? One of 3 top priorities.
I'll go.
Sure.
And I go. I only know it's a particular order, but out of the Washington community, about the equitable legislation that it includes for all people without any discrimination of any kind. And I think that's really more of a statement of the community that we want to be and what we believe is important for our community. So necessarily give it the money, right? But it's, we felt kind of strongly about putting a stake in the ground as to what's what kind of community boundary we think it should be.
Yeah, what defines us.
Yes,
Perfect.
but this one is tricky because they use the language like, can I say something?
I think I don't know, like, are we debating yet or?
No, okay.
So I think it's worth us starting with a couple of them and then have the conversation amongst council to decide, is this a top priority?
It
If it's
is,
not-
it is, but, I know, but, yeah, it is, yeah.
Done.
All right, number 2.
But I mean, at the General Assembly level, they use this language. They actually how do I say it? They get rid of the affirmative action because they said everyone is equal, no matter you know. It's tricky because I've experienced this before. From the paper, it's so good, it's inclusive, equality, everything. But at the General Assembly, they use this language, like get rid of the affirm action and get rid of some resources to the minority groups, because they said everyone is equal, but in the reality, it's not, right? Yes. So I'm just say something because I'm frustrated from before. Yeah.
Can I ask a housekeeping question though? Forgive me for.
Sure.
And I don't mean this literally, but like, you're not literally, are you taking this language as a flag, or is it, this is the essence of what you prioritize when you're.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Yeah,
The
it's
latter.
kind of the, that,
Yes.
you may obviously still disagree, but, and I respect, I just wanted to point out, I don't think they're flying this flag with those words like that. It's, the
Yeah,
underpinning of what.
Yes,
they're-
from here is ideal, perfect, but at the General Assembly level, they use this as excuse.
Yes.
Yeah. So
So for example,
Yeah.
House Bill 171,
Yeah.
No DEI in state and
Yes.
local government. That bill is sitting, I guess it was.
Over the House.
Yeah, overridden by the Senate, but it has not been overridden by the House. It has the governor's veto on there. That's one item that we know from your perspective, you would not be interested in becoming law.
Yes.
So we can advocate on
yes,
that.
but in this language, it seems like perfect, right? But they use this, get rid of a DI, get rid of affirmative action. So
So I think.
let's go ahead.
Great,
Sorry,
you know,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, government identifies support legislation directed at initiatives related to reducing youth violence and increasing public safety through non-traditional violence. And the question on that is, for years, we keep talking about SRO funding and all how that's going to the municipality. The county will always say, well, we could get more to impact here, but there's other state funds coming still. So is there any movement for SRO funding?
I think that's a very interesting conversation that they are likely to be interested in having.
My understanding right now is they fund the high school level.
Correct.
And we get a check for high school SROs, but not the middle
Correct.
or the elementary level.
Correct.
So if they were to change that factor right away, it actually be a bigger check.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that is, as they're looking at, we'll call it like safety is a comprehensive word on your public safety front with SRO and your mental health front, with trying to find funding to put, psychiatrists and psychologists in offices across the state that would be accessible to those in both middle and elementary schools. Has been pretty important. Yes.
I'll just add to that quickly that I think the NC State Chiefs Association is going to push hard lobbying for recruitment retention initiatives.
Yeah.
And this is related to that.
Okay.
The long-term recruitment retention problem is largely resolved by getting to youth and building relationships with youth. So I would just say like, this is maybe a 2 birds with 1 stone opportunity.
Absolutely. That's right. All right.
Ed,
So
you want to go?
yeah.
We also have that one as one of our priorities, but
The high performance.
the high performing government, no, the high performing government one. So, for reducing, basically looking at public safety in other ways. But one of the things that we have is support establishment of long-term funding strategies and that adequately address water, sewer, stormwater, transportation, and other infrastructure needs under responsible government. Responsible development.
Yeah, we got a second for that too on our top 3.
We had that one too.
Oh, all 3.
Perfect.
All of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you guys know about the equitable? I know that.
Yeah, we put
Yes,
in the
we had-
second
We
tier.
had that on ours.
Yeah, on the second one.
In the runners up, you guys had it in the runners up.
For the top 3, are there any on this list that y'all would like to swap or drop?
We got another one that we would pitch is under economic vitality, there's one thing about infrastructure grants that again seems to, back this the money. Trying to go for a lobbying effort. Invest heavily in infrastructure grant, provide capacity for studying businesses, running expansion. Important for Apex, important for.
So that was your top 3.
And this is just a general knowledge. What is the relationship like between the council and your economic development entities inside of Apex?
Well, they're right there. So
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, awesome.
So do you have, like, are they?
Do we even have an economic development director?
Okay, that's what I was
We don't.
And obviously.
So just to kind of run out our top 3, because I think we have some on the left and some, like we had the affordable housing.
Yeah.
Okay, we get it.
And if it matters, we had, wait, never mind, you said in no particular order, so.
It was in no particular order, right?
So you have the-
we had affordable housing, the water sewer infrastructure, and then the equitable legislation. So those were our top 3. So we haven't talked about the affordable housing one yet.
Yeah.
So it's under responsible development.
We have another identify and support legislation directed at initiatives related to reducing community violence and increasing public safety. Yeah.
So that was what we
Yeah.
already talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was fine.
Oh, you mean,
Unanimous.
oh, okay, sorry.
We actually did not have that in our.
Oh, no, wait, sorry, that's 2 of 3. The unanimous one was the support South Vermont funding streams.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we also had the affordable housing as one of
Yeah.
our other
Those are the
tier
second
ones.
Second tier, yeah.
All right, so we have 5 here. This is our top 3 items, so we need to move 2 of these to the secondary priorities.
Yeah.
Anybody want to make a pitch of which one we should move? Or which 2?
I have a question, which is, what do you think you folks can make the most ground on those?
Infrastructure is always going to be something that is an easy sell related to economic development or otherwise. Or development more broadly. Public safety is another one. So I think those 2 would be 2 that we would recommend being a top priority. Otherwise,
Well, why would they be top priority? Because if it's already kind of being done, right?
That's what I was
We're gonna kind of write it close down with everything else.
Sure.
Then to me, that would not be one to double down on, right? I would rather move that to the second tier now. right? So it's still important to us, but if it's already kind of making.
Yeah.
You know,
I think maybe, I think there's progress for the whole state.
Right.
And I
And
think
it's
it's progress
Progress for us, yeah.
if they're looking there for the whole state, but as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good thing, but making sure that that's where we're targeted for the town, to see the most success, that's what our
Okay.
budget is.
That- yeah, that-
That's
yeah.
why.
Yeah.
Talking about how
Correct.
far can we move?
Correct.
Yeah, how,
Yeah. Like, if they're in a room dividing up $5 billion.
Yeah.
For infrastructure over the state, we definitely want to say, oh, wait, Apex and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, DOT and Wake County and Apex and all these projects. They need to get funded for various reasons for the state.
Correct.
All right, so let's move those to them.
All right, so we want to move.
Yeah.
Infrastructure to secondary priority?
No.
No, keep that as a first. Keep the,
Those are the two we want
yeah,
to see.
keep those two as
Okay,
high.
these two are staying.
Yeah.
And now we got to pick from, the infrastructure grants for business retention, or housing or community and accessibility legislation.
Probably move the community accessibility.
I think for top priority,
Yeah,
again, for me, I want you guys trying to get Apex money. That's where you're going to spend time.
Absolutely.
And the other stuff, being second priority, I think is appropriate because that, it's focus for us, something we care a lot about.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I want to see dollars.
Yeah, and I think that's where, that's where we can provide value in the economic development plan.
So welcome community then goes to.
Second. Yeah, we can always do that through our work.
Yeah.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
That's right.
I think a factor that's kind of in there is the trickle down from federal down to state
Yeah.
as it gets kind of passed down. So we see those federal priorities
Yes.
Correct.
start to shift.
Right. So that leaves you with 3.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Are we good then?
So we got, you have these.
Right.
Is there anything else that was on your mind as far as secondary priorities? So we do have these two over here, but we could add.
Yeah, we got a bunch of factors.
I think between the three teams, it's probably.
Yeah, it'll be all very different. But if each group just wants to mention one, that is your top secondary priority, is that is correct?
Go ahead.
So pick one from each group and we'll add them to the list. I know it's tough.
You already, I want them to go first, so I think.
I think they take your.
You guys go. I can think about it.
Okay, I think we go with invest heavily in infrastructure grants to provide capacity for seating new
Sorry,
business. What's wrong with me?
Look at you, you get 2.
You're doing great.
So,
Good news is we agree with you.
thank you, guys. Okay. Okay, we have that opposed legislation that places limitation on local government regulations concerning tree removal. Yeah, that's environment, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those look like, what?
The tree, yeah.
Understanding that's a broader topic. It's much
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
environmental.
Absolutely.
We'll look at just environmental stewardship.
Yeah, environmental stewardship by.
Sorry, I need more coffee. Sorry.
As a reminder, we're still, this is still our priority.
Right.
It's not right.
Yeah.
It's for us to, as we're thinking about.
As you start to see opportunities come about, these are targets of opportunity.
But to Mayor Pro Tem's point, if someone calls me and says, hey, I have a priority about or I have money in the budget on a recreation need.
Yeah.
Where can I send it?
Yeah.
It's not like we're gonna
Yeah.
say, Apex is really just looking over here.
Yeah, I only want infrastructure money.
Correct. Right. Yeah.
So we want everything. And that's
Correct.
nice.
We don't say no to money.
The conversation with community safety, so welcome community, legislation that promotes opioid, other substance use prevention, harm reduction.
Yeah.
Dental nets, and it's a sad thing, but I think that's 13% suicide or to the home area, so. And then you get what was good.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's great.
We had one which was the prioritization of clean water. You know, I believe it's a bit of a ticking time bomb underneath, like local municipalities like ourselves, that are our own utilities. You know,
That's good. So that was agreed upon.
Yeah, promote effort for.
Same. We also agreed on that one too. We also agreed on that one too.
Great. And like I said, the EMC is gonna announce what that, those minimum required for the, I guess, the ceiling for PFAS, here in the next several months. So,
That would put a burden on the treatment plants to.
right now, it'll be, the responsibility will be on the treatment plants to treat for PFAS.
I think we measured coming in, I don't know, we don't even think that's treatment plants going out. That's gonna be in check for.
Repeat that again.
Should be the same or lower, right? Like, I know we test for PFAS, I've seen the water reports carrying the
Yeah, we do on the drinking water side, but not on the wastewater side. It's not regulated by the state, so we don't.
I think it's saying that it might be.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about it.
And so in that, you would push for potential for grants for.
I think that's an
own
open
municipalities,
question.
own the wastewater.
Based on, I mean, I think some of the numbers that get thrown around for what it's gonna take to.
I mean, we're talking billions.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be state efforts, but it's also gonna have to be some federal efforts.
Okay.
The dollars are, I mean, pretty insurmountable for a statewide issue as it relates to people.
And
Yeah, for polluters, right? Like you can put.
Correct.
Entirely on the.
Yes.
And there is a retiring House Republican who has filed that bill every year for polluter pay. But he is retiring, so we'll see if anybody decides to pick up that mantle. That's Ted Davis out of Wilmington. All right, so we have your secondary list, your runner-up items here. Do we feel comfortable with that?
Yeah.
I'm comfortable, like, you know, I think everything's important, but it's kind of hard to pick.
Yeah.
Once again, this is
Yeah,
just prioritization. It helps us understand what is the top prioritization, but obviously as we go throughout the session and we have conversations with members, we're gonna pull from that greater list. And beyond that, if there are opportunities that exist that are not on your list, your agenda, we'll bring that forward.
Yeah, and I will say that, like, as we love crafting an agenda to get an idea of where we can target our efforts for you guys. This is a nimble relationship, and as much as it can be, and that's why we like to stay in the loop with you and talk to Alan as regularly as we do, because as opportunities present themselves, we never want to miss an opportunity.
Yeah, and to that point, like I said, the mean time is like. Goal here, the high water mark for you guys is just dollars. that you can
Correct.
Bring us, and as far as I'm concerned for our budget, we have a lot of flexibility how we spend our money.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter all that much to me where the money comes. For those two, we get reallocate our local funds.
Yeah, it's fungible.
So, yeah, our money's a little more fungible than I guess. So if they're interested in whatever the topic of the year is, if we can jump in, we can use it X.
Yeah.
I don't want to say we're only, focus on this. So whatever, wherever the money can go. from.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, one quick question. So, do you ever run into any issues where this is priority for us? Then those who represent us may not be in alignment.
Not necessarily. I think that as much local support as we can find, I think is important. I think that it's also important that's why we're here, right? Is to communicate your needs as you articulate them to the members that are in the room writing budget in both chambers. So as it's always important to build a coalition, it's also just our job, plain and simple, to do as you wish. And that's how we handle it.
I just wanted to emphasize Mayor Pro Tem said about, I'm sure you know, but like in terms of not swinging for the fences all the time, but getting as many base runners. So, small ball, so we can bring the dollars in. I mean, I think that, I don't know if all three of ours spoke to that. Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
So that's why
Absolutely.
it seems aligned.
And Hamden may be a bit coy, but he understands the appropriations process probably better than anybody else. So he understands how to play small ball when needed, and then to swing for the fences when needed.
Yeah, great. I mean, obviously, homers. Look great.
Oh, yeah, we love that.
They're top 10, but they're also unlikely.
It's just ride the wave that's provided to you. Appreciate it. Absolutely.
Y'all been incredibly generous every time.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, can I ask you that?
Thank you guys so much.
The appropriation.
We're gonna bring that back to you all. One of the things that we wanted to also talk about was we wanted to see the CIP prioritizations from yesterday. And so we want to, now that we have that information, we want to take that back, have a broader discussion with our portfolio directors, see if they have any insight in development of that, and then bring that back to you all.
But I think it's also important to see them dropped out of the CIP class because it's a big scary number, right? I'm thinking Jesse Drive, for example, right? It's a $14 million nugget. But it's kind of falls in the infrastructure support, economic vitality and regional transit, optimization. So we didn't select it as part of our CFP initiative, or prioritization yesterday. But I think that's, those are projects becoming more viable that we have some help with.
Right.
Real quick before they go, Angela, can I ask you to take 30 seconds? I'm putting you on the spot to talk, mention what you were talking about on recreation funding at the state level too.
So when you guys are talking about recreation funding, about wellness, in the past, the last time we applied for park and infrastructure funds grant, we had to one of the things that we observed was that a lot of the other agencies bring elected officials and like spokespersons to the meeting event that they're awarding that grant and providing opportunities to say what you're there for and what you're supporting. And I think building, I don't know if you guys have a relationship with the members of the trust fund, and us getting our name and our face and our people in front of them prior to us going forward and asking for funding. It is a great state opportunity. We did get LWCF money one time when we didn't get part of, but they referred us forward to that for Salem Pond Park. And so we're looking for resources, making sure options and advancing projects so that in the consideration when they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the part of grants are challenging in some ways for a community like Apex when they're trying to identify other areas that haven't received a lot of funding over the past several years. But the General Assembly has stood up a number of other grant programs. I'll mess up these names, but Complete the Trail programs, outdoor recreation programs, accessibility and parks program or grant programs. So we can help try to identify some of those too. And we can look at the members of the Part of Board and see if we have any relationship there and get some insight on how it might be beneficial to bring Apex in on it. Thanks, Angela.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Appreciate your time.
I'll also mention one of the things that we're also developing, just so that there is more visibility with our lobbyists across all departments in our county. One of the things that we're developing is a legislative work group, and so that there is regular communication between department directors as well as our lobbyists, so that there's direct input about how certain pieces of legislation are impacting not only our organization, but what are our gives and takes, as you just talked about today, as we go into those negotiations. So I wanted to put that front and center. It was mentioned to our directors group last week, but also wanted to remind you all that that's kind of in the works as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's really important, by the way. It's like another bullet I talked about with you is like trying to expand the group that each of you guys to be a more, pulling directors when legislation is out there, and you as an asset for everyone. Because when you talk about the legislative agenda and all this stuff is great on money and all that, but at the mechanical level, I think there should be sort of a balance to the home builders technical bills that file every year. Like there's also a voice from our inspections department and planning and stuff about like technical things that we don't even know about, but would still be positive for our community. And I hope could they leverage you to just try to get that sort of thing passed as well. Yeah. And that's not going to come from us in this sort of exercise, right? What needs to change.
But I think your staff is going to with help. Even when I really get feedback on a variety of bills, so it's a lot of expertise in this group. Very proud of it.
I just wish I don't want to file stuff, man. I want to like get.
Oh yeah, go offensive.
Ideally, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Still manage the thing.
Throw it out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ready to keep rolling? We're gonna jump right into the community survey discussion. Make up some time there. Blocked out more time than we. Stacy's gonna talk really quick,
Really quick.
but we also have people joining us by phone. Yes.
We'll have a couple of our representatives from the city on the line. Let's patch it in.
That's Dan.
That's Daniela. That is a weird. Got it.
Presentation will be just a
Okay.
You-
Presentation will be what?
just a second.
Okay.
Take a minute to load.
Well, I'll go ahead and give you guys some background on the community survey, and especially since, well, Shane gets back, I would like to give you guys a little bit more
Maybe.
background.
Actually,
As a new member of council.
Go ahead.
what
Okay.
about,
Gotcha.
5 minutes break? I need to use bathroom. I need to use.
Okay. Take the rest.
Okay, thank you.
No, we're gonna take 5 minutes.
Okay, great.
So you're welcome to go off camera. I just want to start.
That clock doesn't match everyone's clock.
Oh,
It's about 5 minutes fast.
Yeah. How's that?
Noah, can you hear us?
Thumbs up. You can hear
Yes.
us now?
Yes, can y'all hear me?
Okay, so we're going to give you an update during your retreat this year because we have two new members of the council who may not have seen our community survey results presented before. So I'll give you a little bit of background on what tool we use and sort of what of our history has been up until this point. I'm going to move really fast to catch you guys up on your time. And if you have any questions, you can always let me know after. Okay, okay. So the first time we ever conducted a community survey satisfaction survey was in 2017, and we ran one again in 2020. So 3 years in between surveys is quite a long time. And so in 2023, we transitioned over to ZenCity. We had already been using ZenCity as an online platform to monitor some of our news coverage, some community sentiment, and our social media postings. And so that's a tool that we had already onboarded, and they offer a survey tool as well. And so we added ZenCity surveys in the fall of 2023. So now we increased our frequency from every 3 years to twice a year. So we get a fall result and a spring result every year. All right, so I'm going to go through really quickly, unless there's questions about any of that, our most recent results. And I will toss it over to Noah to talk a little bit about the methodology and representation, how they distribute the survey, and then how they then present the results demographically. Noah, can you hear us? I can't see.
Yes,
Okay.
can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Stacy. So my name is Noah Huber. I'm a survey analyst here at ZenCity. So just briefly talking about the sample and the methodology here. In terms of recruitment, how did we get these respondents? We used online recruitment, online advertisements targeted to the Apex area. And then when it comes to our sample and our the methodology, like how we went about it, we surveyed 405 respondents. And there are two sort of important components that go into this survey. One of them is precision, which is like a question of can we trust the response values? And then the other one is representativeness, which is do the results reflect the community? When it comes to precision, on the surface, 405 doesn't seem like a huge number, but margin of error is like a useful concept to illustrate this. With 405 completed surveys, our results would have expected plus or minus 5 percentage point margin of error at the 95% confidence level, and that's like at the worst case. And this is like standard precision level for these types of surveys. So we're very confident that the results are precise. And then in terms of representativeness, what this means is we use census-based quotas. So we took a look at the US Census data, and then we monitor real-time demographic data to come up with these quotas. So the achieved sample, these 405 respondents, mirror the community on key demographics. So we make sure that our sample sort of looks like what Apex looks like. And then we apply a post-survey rake weighting to correct any of those like small remaining differences. But in short, we're very confident that these 405 respondents, the survey results we're looking at today, are reflective of the community of Apex.
Any questions about methodology?
Yeah. Thank you. Do I
Yeah,
address questions to the?
Yeah, Noah can answer these questions.
All right. I was just going to say, can you, I don't have, I think that 405 valid responses is a large enough sample. My question is a 5% margin of error, a plus or minus 5% margin of error feels really wide when, in my experience, most things don't make it in terms of credibility unless it's under 4, and ideally it's around 3.5.
I will say that's an excellent question. I will say that in terms of like the industry standard, taking a look at community surveys, municipal surveys, this is like the industry standard. And I wanted to point out again, like this plus or minus 5%. So again, like 95% confidence level, that's standard. The 5%, that is like the worst case scenario. So like we're very confident that all of the results fall like within that 5%. And we're fairly confident that, again, like that is the worst case. So maximum, margin of error is 5% there.
I guess I'll ask a follow-up. What would, is that a standard? You said it's, I'm just wondering how we might be able to improve on that to get it closer to the 4% or under.
Right. So it would require a substantially large like sample in order to like get more precise than that. And again, I want to say this is like the worst case scenario. Very few numbers are going to have like that much like a margin of error. But it's not like a one-to-one. I believe it's like a sort of like we're looking at a square root. So we're going to have to substantially increase the sample size to even move that precision just a little bit, looking at like half a percentage point. And that, isn't as feasible to, survey thousands of respondents. But so again, like this is the sort of industry standard, and we do feel like very confident that this does like reflect public opinion.
So each survey includes a set of community characteristics questions and a section that's more quality of life questions. And then we are able to benchmark against a regional cohort and then a national cohort for scores. So something we've traditionally seen in Apex ever since we've been doing community services is we traditionally score higher in most of these areas. So quality of life, for instance, for this survey result is 1% higher than our cohort and then 11% higher than the national survey set. So the overall quality of life in Apex, although that 77% breaks my heart, that one gets up higher, and we certainly have been higher, it is still remaining ahead of the curve when we compare to other communities. Right, so these are our community characteristics questions. And those are questions that get a little more into operational data and sentiment around that. And those are things that we can compare against other communities against. So we ask 16 community characteristics questions, and a section of those are able to be compared. So we do create some of our own questions that ZenCity doesn't ask every survey, and so we can't benchmark against those. But in general, we are at or higher on most of the satisfaction questions by characteristic. We'll break these down a little bit in the further slides. So again, overall quality of life at 77% positive, and I think it ranks from poor to excellent. So positive is at 77%, 17% at neutral. So it's like, I'm good. I'm happy. I'm not happy or not unhappy. And then there's a 7% negative as well. So 5% increase in the neutral and 3% increase in the negative. And then we're down a little bit in the positive. So that's something that we always want to work to. Interesting to see now that we have 5 cycles under our belt, we have a little bit of up and down trends. So it's interesting to see that the quality of life data is a little higher in the spring. I don't know if people are happier. It's not so much, I'm not sure. But just it's up and down a little bit. And so as over time, as we continue to have these cycles, we'll be able to dive deeper into these trends. Okay, so these are the 2 other questions that have to do with satisfaction with life in Apex. Stop me if you have any questions about any of these statistics. I just make sure that we're. So now we'll dive into the community characteristics questions. I will say Parks and Rec and Sensible Overall Safety are always at the top. I'll let you guys battle that out. You guys kind of go back and forth like we from the top result. So we'll see what you can do to get it up. But then followed by cleanliness and maintenance, quality of waste and recycling services. Although that's one thing we know that people call in the most about, they're pretty happy with it. So these are things, just data points that we can use combined with other data that the town brings in to make some decisions to act on some items.
Is there any qualitative data that sits underneath this, right? Because I mean, we can sit here and look at these numbers and kind of infer what we think is happening, right? So the last one, town employee service, right? I can kind of chalk it up to the whole utility billing. But without really having any qualitative data to support that statement, right? So how would we really know what's driving some of the delta that we're seeing?
Sure. I think there's two ways. So one thing that we do, this is kind of reflective, but in the next cycle, what we'll do is take a look at some of our lower scoring questions and then follow up on those questions. So we can select 3 of those per cycle. And I'll get into those a little bit later in this presentation from last cycle. And then there's a couple of open-ended questions at the end that talk about what the town could do better. What do we do well and what can we do? So there is some free text response information that we can use to help.
Okay. Have we done any analysis on that text? Like,
Not yet.
yeah.
It's on the priority list.
To-do list.
That's right. Okay, so it's another some of our lower ranking. What we know is that affordable housing is always challenged. You know that. We know the survey data shows that as well. But again, what we hear every time I meet with our survey representative is that these are common challenges across the nation, across our regional footprints. Okay, so those are the questions that I was just mentioning that we dive a little bit deeper into after each cycle. And so what we try to do is select some of the lower scoring questions. But if we've already done a deep dive on those, we select some others that might not be as low scoring. Maybe they're relevant to some conversation right now. So this in particular, we ask, so what happens is when a person answers this question negatively, they're given a follow-up question. What can a town do better to improve this score? And then we give them some options. And then they have an opportunity to say other. And I will tell you that every single other, not every single, but a majority of the other free text responses for all 3 of these questions have to do with growth. Sense of transparency, what can we do to improve sense of transparency? Other growth, stop the growth. There's not many actually relate to the questions that were asked. This will help us as we prioritize staff initiatives, and hopefully this will help you feed into your strategic plans. Any questions about this one? Overall feeling of traffic safety. Another one that we selected for our deep dive follow-up. Adding traffic calming measures was the top response for what you can do to improve the overall feeling of traffic safety. Again, other is at 28%. A lot of those had to do with just the number of cars on the road.
So what do these percentages imply? Is that about 48% of the comments received? So
right.
We got.
Yeah. So I have that number. I can give it to the ones who answered the question. I feel like maybe there were around 100 responses. I can't. It's different for each one, and I can get that number to you. Sure. And then quality of experience in downtown Apex was one that we followed up on, just as we're putting a lot of focus on downtown in the next, over the past couple years, the next couple years, just more information on downtown. The third component of the survey is a rotating section, and we get to ask 5 questions each cycle. 2 of those can be open-ended, and then the rest have to be multiple choice, or they can all be multiple choice. So for this section, and usually we ask about something that's very relevant to the time, and so this time we focused on the mitigation efforts that we had around the Saunders parking lot, specifically the parking, the Apex parking mobile app. I want to just get a little more information on people. Are people aware? So that if they're not aware, that tells me that we need to make them more aware, or they might not even need it. They have heard of it, but haven't used it. And so is it helpful in finding a parking space? Yeah. For the people who used it, it seems overwhelmingly that it was. But we know that 51% were not aware of the app. We talked about digital signage as well. 30% have not even noticed those signs. So, you know, nice. I guess it blends into the environment. We're not causing a big, big stir, but it tells you a little bit about the awareness of the signage, and then did ask a follow-up question about being helpful. Oh, this is the question about being helpful. So it was helpful, or they haven't noticed the signs, or they haven't even needed to park there. There was an open-ended question with that as well about features they would suggest for the app because it was a pilot program, part of the mitigation process for the Saunders lot parking. And so now that we have this pilot program behind us, do we need to continue investing in that app? Do we need to improve it? What other strategies should we have for it? That is the end of my presentation. Fast. Noah, do you have anything else to share, or I can just open it up to questions from council?
No, please, questions. Thank you.
I guess my only request is to get more of that qualitative data analysis. I think totally we hear growth, right, a lot. But what else is kind of lurking in there that are kind of common threats that we either see reflected in the scores or stuff that we haven't really picked up on, right? That might come to bite us later.
My question is, you did the survey online, or you did it in the community, in the neighborhood or communities?
So the survey is conducted digitally. So they do run some digital ads within social media. They do have some survey. Noah, what are the other avenues for distribution?
So yeah, the majority of the respondents come from the internet. They come from online. So we pump out a bunch of advertisements. A lot of them are on social media. Another example is like on mobile games. So thinking about like Candy Crush, a little advertisement pops up, would you like to take this survey? We also have some like survey panelists, but that's a smaller minority. And then in terms of the like ensuring that they are actually from Apex, we use the metadata like from the user to like sort of geolocate. And then on top of that, we also ask them their zip code. So we have like 2 fail safes there to make sure that they're residents. But the majority of them, they do come from online advertisements.
And one thing we added this year for distribution was text message. Something that we did not use before, but we know that we need to get out more than just like the specifically digital space. We also have the opportunity to run the survey as a separate data set to the general community. It just wouldn't be factored into the presentation and the report that they provide. We could have additional data points, just wouldn't be included in this scientific study. This is statistically significant.
Okay, thank you.
So what can we do to increase participation rate, right? Because 400 survey responses on 80,000 people is about 0.5%, which is not a whole lot, right? So I made a comment yesterday around kind of the loudest voices that always show up, right? And kind of like disproportionately swing some of these results that we're seeing. And so kind of going back to the marketing, right? So for future attempts, right, what can we do to get a little bit more responsiveness out of the community here?
I mean, we can always work to get the word out that this exists, and that you may see an ad or you may see some sort of prompt to complete the survey. You may get a text message to complete the survey. So there's always a little more awareness that we can bring around this. I think, we do survey people. We had the peak plan going this during this cycle. We had a couple other things going during the cycle, and so this participation did dip this cycle. And so because we have had maybe like up to 800 responses before, but I think, and this just is a guess, when we run it twice a year, people might think, well, I did that already this year, and so they might ignore it. So there's some work to do.
I think there are challenges too, and I'm not faulting the survey at all, but you think of typical surveying random, and the old style surveying was calling people who may be satisfied with the service and like, fine, I'll go ahead and do it, versus the way this survey is administered, people will choose to take it. To go to your point, they may have something in mind, and that's why they choose to take it, which then skews the results.
So, I'm thinking of like, utility billing, or, billing portal, right? Utility billing portal, just have a link to directly go to the survey. Again, like, I don't think we're gonna necessarily avoid that kind of dynamic. But if the error is consistent, right, then at least, you should see the trending in some of these results. I guess my only caution here is not to like overreact to some of these results, given the limited sample size that we're talking.
I think it's good data points.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think the trends are noticeable too, and we anticipated some of these trends with events. So I think speaking to the statistically significance of it, I think we can do better, and we can measure that against cost and what that looks like. But also the trends are kind of what we thought the trends would be given what's happening.
Also, many people, they are not using social media.
Yes.
So probably we can, when we have some, big events, right? In town, probably we can have a booth or volunteers or, staff, pass around, flyers, ask for survey.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be included in this, in the data that we receive. It would be a separate data set.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yes. And we also,
we can put like iPads out, like in some of our town booths and stuff like that. We've done that before, I think.
and senior center, probably we put some, ask out those, they're there every day. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, lots of work. I know. Thank you.
There's a lot more to do. I will say we want to be a little more intentional about receiving the data and then getting some actionable insights. So that's on the list for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, everyone.
We have just a minute or two of discussion.
Yep. Stacy, I think.
I was just gonna say, great job to you and your department. What would be the steps we would need to take forward? When does the process start for how we decide to handle this in 27 or 26, 27? Like what's the budgeting?
Sorry.
When do we renew with Zen City or not?
We may be check. Are you
So I think you are doing a great job. I think Noah is probably doing a great job at his job. That is not a poll that I feel comfortable shopping to the public, to skeptics, to anyone. This is not you. This is not reflecting on you. And even Noah, I think he's doing a great job. But I do not put any confidence in Zen City's methodology. I have never seen anyone bring a poll with confidence with a 5% margin, plus or minus margin of error. That you could get the right 400 people and actually have a statistically significant poll. I don't, thank you. I think it's
I think there's two things. There's statistically significant, which is just based on numbers, right? And 400 responses, if you do a normal distribution, then you can calculate your confidence levels based on standard deviations and all that. So that's all statistics, right? And 400 responses is probably sufficient for that. What I worry about is like a 0.5% response rate, right? Is it really truly a sample size that's possibly, the entire community that we're representing.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm a one-trick pony in some of these things, communications and advocacy and government relations. I regularly work with pollsters. I'm agnostic about who we talk with. In fact, perhaps don't talk with any of the ones I've spoken with, but that is not one that I would bring to Jones Street, Capitol Hill, any other state house. I just think that
So
perhaps we need to
So the
explore.
concern is with the number of respondents or
No.
the margin of error?
That's right. It's really both, but it's also the methodology of how you capture the respondents in the first place. That is such a low quality poll, and forgive me for having such a strong statement. Maybe I didn't do that well.
I think it runs very good. It's self-selected response. Gives you a certain response group. Right. We walk around the street, hey, you, take this poll. Do different. From different response. And self-selected people who are seeking out, receiving it.
And in a professional pollster, that's captured in
It's our province. Unlike the manager was saying earlier, it's getting harder because the gold standard used to be the telephone poll, ring dialing sort of stuff that worked in the 60s. Doesn't work.
And there are pollsters who've adapted to that.
So the web is telling me that on population of 85,000, a representative sample size would be between 382 and 385.
Right.
So we're there.
Yeah.
That is with a 5% margin of error, 95% confidence rating. So that's basically what Noah articulated to us. Again, that's just a statistic, right? Again, like the self-selection of participation, I think is just a bigger issue than the math itself.
I level set on this. A big reason why we use this survey isn't for its scientific depth or its overall, robustness in terms of the actual numbers that we're getting out here. We understood that when we went into this process, we were going to be necessarily getting a survey of those who were going to be an active survey taker, the loudest voice in the room. The purpose behind this is to give us as a council a little bit more of a data point as we start talking about the things that we've identified as being big issues. The transparency question isn't a random question. That's us. And what we're trying to get a sense of, whether we're getting it from critics or whether we're getting it from fans, we just want to get a data set. The reliability of the data set, I think, is not necessarily a crucial point. We certainly aren't using these numbers to support legislation that goes to Jones Street. We're not using this as the basis of saying, hey, Children's Hospital. We're using this so that when we're having our conversations, we've got a little bit more of an understanding of blind spot. That's all. And it's not the most perfect scenario. I completely agree.
What are we paying?
For free.
15,000. That is what you can get an actual professional pollster to do. You're right. I don't need it to take it to Jones Street. What I would like to be able to do is leverage it in a way where I'm able to, reading rainbow style, say, but don't take my word for it. Here is a survey that I have confidence in, and you should as well. Not because I told you that it is, but it's because it meets a certain threshold of what is the standard. And so
but when we're doing those sort of polls, we do get a different polling set of data. When we get that information, we get that from different sources.
We have
a specific source that we get that source of. Yeah, like when we're doing our surveys with regard to needs for community-based programming. We don't go to Sin Cities and say, hey, what's the number set? Tell us. Depending on what the need is, we go to them.
To who?
We go to whoever has been identified as the current subject matter expert for that. So I couldn't give you the exact name. I'm sure we could talk to our folks in Parks and Rec or whoever's doing the surveying to get that. My point being, Sin Cities is not going to be our scientific data point that's out there for that. It's essentially a stopgap measure so that when we're talking in terms of how are people feeling, which is always a tough thing. We needed at least something to be able to data set that. I won't dispute the concern, which is, hey, we can put that money and put it someplace else. I feel like that's a fair conversation to have. Because we can probably use that money and figure out how to dump in a lot of other resources in order to increase the sample size. My point only being that when this was essentially created in the first step, we did not have at least a baseline data set. And for the last 4 years, we've been utilizing this to try to build up a data set so that we can get to the point where we can figure out, all right, what's the next step? You may be at that. Certainly may be at that.
Yeah, but just to streamline, I think the point is for us to,
If I can
explore
finish my
new.
point. I do think that we're at the point now where, yes, we want to have that conversation. I think it's important to know how it is and why it is that we're having this.
So when do we, can we explore new vendors?
Sure.
We'll look at the contract.
Yeah, we can always take a look at the different options. Couple of points to make really quickly. It doesn't matter to me who we go with. Just as long as we're getting some sentiment from the community. So one thing that we do know is that Zinzi, we're already getting some community sentiment from other sources. And so having in the same platform does kind of help us check, is this matching up with this? Are the survey results matching up with the sentiment we're seeing on a day-to-day? So that's one kind of crossover, and then we can kind of cross-reference some things between the two. And then another thing is I know that our neighboring community is running this and also their mail phone survey, and those things tend to line up as far as it goes. So that was one thing that made us feel a little more comfortable. Just a couple points to make, but we can absolutely explore the options.
I think you're doing great. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so we've got a couple things left for the day. And I wanted to get thoughts. We're thinking about moving up the hot topics piece to before we go into the initiative. Because there may be some things that come out of the hot topic discussion that could feed into initiative. So if you're good with that change, we'd like to maybe go to that next.
When do we bring back some of the unfinished business?
That's under that topic as well. So I've got 3 things that are already slated for that discussion. One is the yard waste piece. One is Commerce Street. The other was the expansion of the streetscape project. Okay. Yes. So it looks like John actually left the. Now, okay, so maybe we could go to Commerce Street. Chris, you want to come up and talk about that one?
So, going back to yesterday, he pulls that up. We had some discussion about the costs of Commerce. We looked up some of the numbers, some estimates that we had. We're about 1.5 million for Commerce, with about 500,000 of that being in right of way and the rest in construction. We also had some discussions, sidebar conversations about what we could do. Talk with Water Resources. They're comfortable with removing the water line, even if we resurface the road. Typically, when we resurface roads, they like to try to get those updated, but the water line is in good condition. So, could you go back to the map? Yeah, that one. So, we're already talking about removing. I think we got pretty good. Most people were comfortable with removing the extra parking that was going to go on to the private lots. We also removed the water line. This really, for the most part, other than down at the corner, becomes more of a maintenance project. It's basically like a mill and fill, patching work along the alleyway. There was discussion by some council members, do we want to put in 2 parking spaces, or would we rather just extend the hardscape? One other item that we didn't talk about yesterday, there is a stormwater pipe along Saunders that captures the water that's coming off of Salem. There's an undersized pipe. We have not added that to the project, but that is something we feel is kind of a critical need because we don't want water backing up into the system. So we can add that. So just looking for direction on how to move this forward.
So specific decision points. Everybody agree with Chris's statement of removing the boxed red area? That part of the project?
Yes, I mean, the alternative is in that, right? And
Okay, so we've got agreement there. Then the next point I heard Chris bring up is the two parking spaces versus extending the hardscape. Any thoughts, preferences on that?
So my overall preference for the project, and I should have one more side recommendations, is to, if you go to the options for a second, Alan. I would recommend option 3 with an asterisk, with a caveat. That stuff we want to do, we could potentially make as change orders to existing projects in the area. Resurfacing the road could be a change order to our 2025, which have for 2026 contract we just signed, or we can put on the list 2027 as a project. And water line could be deferred, parking spot discussion for hardscape, we have the conversation, that could be a change order to our signature project. It's early enough there. I think we could talk them, they haven't done anything out there other than for late on trade and start building stuff, so we could potentially add something out of there, move the costs over there, and then so this project would go away, but we extend the want to do other projects without doing another bidding process or whatever. Would be my thought. So
my thought on this is I agree with option 2. The 2 parking spots that we just talked about, I would like us to extend that hardscaping from the little parklets area, get a little, create a little bit more space there instead of, sacrificing that for 2 parking spots, especially given the proximity to this on this lot that we just redid. I don't really feel the need to go repave that alleyway at any point soon, right? I can see us do that if and when we replace the water line, but until that, I'm not sure why we would make that investment.
You said option 2?
I meant 3.
Option 3. I was saying it sounds like no need less fee, but that would be
yes.
Option 2 is doing more than what I'm saying.
Right. So option 3 minus what you just said.
3 minus. Okay.
I'm a little soured on this part of the downtown part. It feels like we're trying harder to have the downtown property owners to, and then something feels off about it. And especially if we're not going to be taking up the road to replace the water line, then I don't really see the urgency of replacing the asphalt.
And to bring Councilmember Gray up to speed, the water line issue, staff determined that we don't have to. It's an older line. Eventually down the road, might need something, but right now there's no imminent need to replace it. Am I saying this?
Yeah, we were expediting the replacement because of the nature of the work. You don't have a history of breaks or anything on this particular line, so there is no incentive to replace it. So is that, are we talking 5-10 years or 10-15?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a cast iron water line. I think cast iron is also a very reliable infrastructure that we don't necessarily have to replace regularly.
How deep are this typically for this kind of?
Typically, water lines about 3. It's minimum depth. Water line about 3 feet.
And we mentioned yesterday that the Commerce Street, last time it was resurfaced was I think 2003. So I think the street may be worse than the water line when you think of lifetime. So may end up having to patch the road at some point if we don't resurface it.
And there was a robust conversation yesterday about the status of the road and the pushback the town got from the property owners in terms of us going forward with the project. There was significant such it wasn't really going to such a topic. But my understanding is a project like this, if it's not explicitly already deemed as public right away or the easements right recorded, the conversation that my comments were centered around the fact that in other locations, people are trying to push roads to us and they want us to take over roads, begging for us to take over roads because there's a cost when it comes to repaving this roads. In this case, we had a big response to property owners who wanted to be compensated for us taking over the road and repaving it. That was something that I was in favor of. And after talking with our attorney and having such a conversation, but there's what we call it, with the water line, the petty easement. Prescriptive easement. So we may effectively have a prescriptive easement. Well, it may actually be a culvert, I don't know exactly what the term is, but that conversation may not, there's different things, what says, it could be some of these products.
If you have anything you wanted to.
So with regard to option three, I guess it sounds like the big concern for my colleagues is the cost and maintenance of the road.
My big concern, we maintain a lot of roadways.
Right.
A big concern is paying someone to maintain their.
I think it's more the right of way acquisition because the street does not have dedicated right of ways. It's been maintained over time.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a difference in opinion between us. Status of that and where the money should flow, if that status would change. And that's not how I anticipate this project.
What was that, the prescriptive right of way for the, is it just water? Just water, nothing else?
And for the pavement.
What about the streetscape? I mean,
Not on Commerce. We don't have any, anything beyond the asphalt pavement and the existing water line.
Councilman Reese.
Yeah.
This Mayor Pro Tem said we had a robust conversation, said he asked for. Are you good with that?
Yeah, well, so the couple things I encourage us to do is to be collaborative and not competitive in terms of turf, in terms of where we are, in terms of policy. I think I expressed yesterday, part of the reason I see it is different. We're still going to likely end up in a pretty similar place to where, but I just want to talk about how we address this moving forward. This is a historic district, so we necessarily treat it differently from a residential private road. And so that to me was also one of the key things I think we need to do. From the very get-go, I think we've all agreed, property owners, business owners, council and staff, that option one was a little rough because in effect, it's not a gathering place. I really appreciated Stantec's creativity at the time, and it was part of a much larger master plan. So we didn't push back too hard, but at the time we were like, there's only so much beautification you can do back here because it's a thorough way. And so and I made the point that we can either be right or we can be happy. That's my rule in marriage. And I choose happy. Honey, I love you if you listen. She won't. She's busy. But my issue here is what we want in effect to happen downtown. And what we want in effect to happen downtown is a collaborative process. We already, and especially thanks to our planning director and staff, have already eliminated the possibility of that just becoming an office park. And what I want everyone here to know is no one's evil or bad intentioned, but the property owners have an agenda, and their agenda is a tenant filling the place and consistent rent payment. You want to know who does that well? Law offices, dental places, real estate, insurance. Those are all easy. It's the ones that it's the retail and the restaurant that are a little higher risk in that regard. And so I just wanted to point out that that is not their motivation. Their motivation is not to build culture, or a lot of them, because they don't live here. They're not invested in the same way as we are. On the other side, part of what I want to say is that this isn't just like, oh, happy, feel good. We just want to like get along with people or roll over. It's literally about rubber meets the road economic development. That is what goes on the Apex postcard, is our downtown. And however we can foster that with small town character, retail and restaurant, and not have, forgive me, I'm about to name some names of places that I like, but I would rather have more mom and pop shops that we have down there than see it become what I've seen in, for example, Old Town Alexandria, where some of the signers of the Constitution were in taverns that are literally now Starbucks. And so all I want to see in our little strip, me personally, in terms of, and I think a lot of folks in town want to see, is they don't want to see tropical smoothies and Jersey Mike's, even though I love both of those places. Those are appropriate for Beaver Creek. They don't draw people into your historic downtown. And so I could see option 3 with the goal of collaboration and communication in a way where we can make it the best place for all of us. Public residents drive, down Commerce Street. APD, literally when we were having this conversation, a text was sent to me. Thank you, police chief. They're getting efficiently across town, but that is a regular thoroughfare. And so what I don't want to do is play hardball and have folks finally put up a private street only sign. And then we're in a competitive relationship as opposed to a collaborative relationship. And so I'm glad that we're not on option one. I'm glad we're talking about 2 and 3 with a leaning toward 3 and a work or a change order when it comes to making sure that we're able to pursue things to ensure that that is a thoroughfare that's works.
Appreciate your comments. I'm gonna address one thing. So it's my belief now that we have contributed on the road. So if they were to put up a public-private road only, I wouldn't do.
Say we could be right.
I would fund it.
Yeah, I think since we have that downtown development plan, in mind, and we already started the Salem Street, right? The renovation, the downtown area will become much nicer and better. And the Commerce Street will be, probably the only area left without, those nice renovation things. The owners, they will realize later. And because we are doing something at our town's cost to benefit them, they will realize and maybe come to sense to cooperate. So, and we can save lots of money from taxpayers. That's my perception.
Sorry, what? So
I think you're going for option 3?
Yes.
Like the idea of option 2. I mean, as a general rule, I don't like to give up our rights to any concessions of those in the long term tend to come back on. So,
we can delay, and they will probably later, they will come to us. Said, please do it. We are happy for you to do it.
But if it's ours already, why do I have to ask for their permission?
And the street has been resurfaced once already.
Right, I was gonna say, we've done it before, right?
Yeah, no, it's.
I mean, not ours, you know what I mean?
Right, but it's, I think what we're talking about as far as the acquisition was beyond the scope of what we maintain already. So there's hardscape, there's catenary lakes, there's, what are the other? Pavers and, yeah. So underground, utilities, all of those things to kind of clean it up and make it look nicer. That's the part that is driving the cost of acquisition.
Yeah. I agree. I do think that as these improvements kind of take place, those who are currently opposed to the acquisition will gradually change their mind because they think it just overall will become much more of an issue. My primary concern is we do not like sacrificing or even giving the hand that we're willing to acquiesce as to the right of ways that we have and the easements that we have. And I'm not saying in this instance, it's going to talk generally town-wise, and property acquisitions that we made. So just from a philosophical standpoint, that tends to be kind of where I think that
I would observe that option 2 and option 3 become very similar once we talk about all the stuff we removed. And really, my talk about option 3, option 2 just comes down, is there a separate project in a line item for this? Or has it gotten so small that it's really not its own thing anymore? And we get to the realm of what I mentioned about just considering how we can change orders to get little stuff done individually as opposed to managing it as a separate project. So that's kind of why I said option 3 with the caveat of what change orders you want to do. We haven't had the hardscaping versus parking conversation yet. We can do that. So we're going to do those spaces. But that's, again, it could be a change order to this expansion project versus a separate thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know what we're putting. If we go with 3, does that, is there a formal process or informal process to what you were talking about with those change orders, just deal with that later.
Yeah, direct staff to move part of the motion and then just say, okay. Typically would you release that? You would just say, you still want to do these pieces?
Yeah.
And, you know, you can do it as a change order and then they come back and say no. And then, whatever the locations are, like a tradition down the road, but I think.
Yeah.
I guess positive feedback percent, but confident some of the stuff would be an issue. But I don't know about the stormwater drain, what will that take? That's on Saunders Street.
Correct. And most of that should all be within public right of way. We just need to look at it a little more closely, just identify whether we don't know if there's any conflicts with that. Or it'll be a simple remove and replace in line.
And you said upsizing the pipe way up there. So does it run down to the spot that we talked about? There's a big discussion, but a lot.
It goes down towards where we had the upline crossing that we did as part of the Saunders. Where we
Yeah,
crossed over,
Yeah.
and then it ends up dumping out behind the police department.
So we have to dig up all the way down to the police.
In front of the police department.
That's not Commerce, so
It is not. So again, would it be its own project? Would it be?
I think based on what I've heard, correct me if I'm wrong, I would suggest maybe we consider looking at the change order for the stormwater upsize. We could look and see if that will work. I don't want to delay Salem Streetscape just because of the time issues there and the way it impacts it. But it's possible they may be able to put it in at the end after they've gotten the streetscape completed.
What about are we going to resurface Saunders?
It's probably, we chicken and the egg. We've got some sidewalk improvements as part of the Saunders Hinton sidewalk project. And is actually going to require some of the road because we're doing major stormwater improvements down there at that intersection.
Dig up Saunders then.
Yeah, so we were going to defer the surface. So we're doing patching there this year because from all the construction, there's a lot of elevator cracking. So we're going to take care of the cracking. And then we're going to let this Hinton Saunders project take care of some of the work down there and then come after that for
So
certain.
the answer is no, but could this stormwater improvement on Saunders wait until we know Saunders for that project?
Yes, so let me chime in. So the reason the Saunders stormwater has come up is when the Salem Street project was submitted for construction drawing review, it determined that there was a pre-existing downstream deficiency in the stormwater, meaning it was undersized based on current impervious surface. So in order to not delay the Saunders Street project, because typically that would be the time when we would upsize. So since the Salem Street project was not adding additional impervious surface, we chose to wait until the Commerce Street project was done to incorporate it into the scope of that. So the reason that that's all coming up and talking through here is that now kind of becomes a separate issue if we remove all of the other scope items besides resurfacing. So it needs to be upsized, but it's another not critical need that's going to be contingent. We have to do it next year. So I think we can continue to work with transportation and infrastructure development to determine the best course because we need to do we haven't done a full analysis.
So I guess we're not gonna solve it here. Solve it, but like, I think that's something I would just say, observe, we can consider doing as part of the Saunders. You know, when we mill and do all Saunders have the sidewalks.
As far as Commerce Street, we could even look at doing a change order with our surfacing contract if we wanted to just mill and fill Commerce. And that's it. We could get that at a very better cost because our resurfacing contract is very efficient. And
but we can do that next year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, right? So I just don't understand.
We could.
It's not. It
was a 46, right?
Yeah, we usually start resurfacing in 60. So it's a low score.
But again, if we're gonna take the position that it is public road, and then it should be treated like public road. So motion. All right, so yeah, move us along.
Are we, is this the 2 spots versus public space? Well,
In a second.
so we'll do that separate.
I think he's gonna maybe incorporate it in.
Yeah, so I move we adopt option 3 instead of change orders. Other projects pick up.
Option 3. Another tab.
And
if everybody may.
If there are change orders, if there's.
I didn't hear, are the parking spot conversation is that in this?
No, that is saying, is there a change for that if we decide the direction on parking spots?
So it's generally built in.
Yes, we're gonna make a decision about.
Yeah.
I'll look at that.
Okay, great. Thanks. All in favor, say
Aye.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Do we want
You wanna talk about parking?
Yeah,
I would
I'll,
say-
I'll make the pitch really fast, just that we've got this we have incredibly limited real estate square footage downtown that again is one of our top calling cards when people say they live here. They moved here because of downtown is in the top three, somewhere in that top three, almost always mentioned. And because of that limited real estate that I feel like we should optimize, and considering Saunders has been so well received, and I think that we should maximize public space from those two spots.
Instead of parking. I agree. I mean, I think I want to make one observation. There's a concern I have with mixed public spots there that are adjacent to private spots. There's also confusion. You might some private spots are public, still ones are private. It doesn't really work unless they're all the same category. So I would prefer try with 4 ways. You're not necessarily deciding exactly what. There's 4 ways to extend our skating or something.
If I can say one last thing, another thing that is a motivation of mine is, especially when we talk about affordability in our town and all these things like that. And somebody during the campaign season, I made a statement that I felt really good about, and somebody commented pretty it was a critique of what I said. And I learned something from what they were saying. I was talking about how my son was enjoying his day, and one person got a slice of pizza and he got a scoop of ice cream, and they went down to play ping pong at the community center. And somebody said, well, that's a $7 scoop of ice cream. And I realized the privilege that my kid had to go downtown with $7, with that $10. And so my point is the more we can maximize public space that you don't need to be spending money to just be part of our downtown, every square foot is what I'm going to defend.
So,
Motion to move those 2 parking spots and transition them into incorporation into the rest of that public space.
Second statement, all in favor, say
Aye.
All right, ready to go Yardway?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, John.
Good morning.
John and team.
Yes, we have Mariah and budget. I know Councilmember Zickerman, others asked about the status quo model. So we'll start with there, Randy, unless you've got any direct guidance. Okay. Alan's driving slide 65, I believe it is. All right, here you go. Okay, Mariah.
Yeah, so I was gonna address some of the questions that came up yesterday about the organization versus maintaining the status quo of our current system. And so this first slide is about cost recovery projections with our current fee of $7.83. And you'll see containerization option 2. This is funding the capital needed for the transition over 2 budget cycles compared to the status quo of maintaining our current program. And so you'll see that there is a difference between these 2 in terms of cost recovery. And this is mostly attributable to the differences in capital needs. Because transition and containerization does require upfront capital costs to do so. And then kind of a follow-up to this. Oh, this does not include any ordinance changes of any kind. These are both just assuming containerization or not. No other changes included. And then also looking at 100% cost recovery, no ordinance changes as well. On this slide, you'll also see, comparable to the last slide, that status quo has a lower monthly rate because there is less purchase involved in the first 3 years here. And then kind of following up on yesterday's question of what happens if we move to bi-weekly service, what cost savings could be involved there. You'll see that I added the gray one at the very top, the 14 cents of the rate. And this accounts for the fuel and vehicle repair cost reduction from having a bi-weekly service instead of a weekly service due to less mileage. And so that is my portion so far. Do we have any questions about these 3 slides? I know it's a lot of numbers all at once.
in terms of the long-term projection, because I know, I understand you took a 3-year time window here, right? And I know we don't have the precise numbers, but so based on this alone, right, it seems like the do nothing option would be a much better play for our residents, right? Because we're saving $25 a year, right? And we maintain existing service, right? But I think the challenge is really the longevity of the current service as we provide it, right? And so how do we see our costs change over a longer period of time?
I think that's an excellent question, and honestly, it's the heart of why we presented such a robust program with lots of options. We think that, and again, this is based on the sustainability and whether or not you eliminate grants, but if we are doing the containerization model, you saw a lot of data, and we're involved in that data. In fact, Brandon and I talked last night and talked with our fleet manager. We already think based on Holly Springs and some of our peer communities that where we've asked for 5 ASL trucks, we can reduce that to 4 ASL trucks. That's 22 cents per truck on the 8-year cycle. That's basically the capital that, if you'll notice the rate, it's about $2 difference. That's the difference in the cost of capital, the carts and the vehicles. But to your point, what we think is because we are doing the collection, we know who's setting out what and what those tonnages are. If the set out rate is 50%, and we have to factor in about 80%. So the trucks that you saw on a bi-weekly collection were factored at about 80%. If we find out that we only have 50% set out, and what's in those carts happen to be less, not only are we going to have less tonnage volume, we're also going to be able to hopefully run that equipment longer. There's a lot of benefits once we get into the program that we don't know yet. So we're basing a lot of it on it, but we think that we'll be able to dial in so fine-tuned between the brush piles and what's in a cart. Whether or not you eliminate grass or not, we think we can fine-tune this program, especially with the technology that we're deploying. For example, cart not out, we automatically know the AI camera catches. We're going to know who's got what pile sizes, because we're so efficient running the routes and so efficient with our collection model. If we reduce tonnage, that's the big unknown right now, but we do think that it's about as efficient as you can get. That's.
And I want to point out that the containerization discussion didn't just come from cost savings, although I hope that save us money. Looks like that's not the case. Like the director was talking about, it's about a sustainability plan, getting grass into our storm drains, and also sustainability side. It's about aesthetics, how the neighborhoods look when you have the big piles of stuff, and it's also about all the things that get on the trucks themselves. People don't really like the summer trucks coming around, so grass. And you saw a picture yesterday about all the speed. I haven't been before. These things just shoot stuff in the air. It looks like it's like smoke or something, like some dust and big ice grass just cover the area. People don't like that. So moving to containerization addresses that as well.
Because grass doesn't go into container, right? So there's a 2-step here. There's eliminate the grass flush, right, which we can still do as a separate alternative. Containerization was a
You're not us running those. Yeah, the grass initiative.
Yeah, and coming back to your original question though, from a budget perspective, we focused on the next 3 years we're projecting out, because there are so many variables with, so many different changes potentially happening. But long term, my understanding of the program is there are capital costs, and those will continue throughout containerization as you replace vehicles and things of that nature. But the efficiency comes from the need for less personnel. So as we have more collection points as the town grows, we may not need to add as many personnel in future years beyond just the 3 years.
And that was kind of my prior thinking about containerization, was that there would be operation savings, less people, that any long-term capital costs, although it can fluctuate short-term, long-term, we're still on the side where we trace trucks, which change the truck.
That's right.
So
you're still offering the leaf vac service. If you went by, I don't think the community would go for it, but that's not my decision. If you went to Raleigh and Greensboro, because they just can't scale the volume of area they cover and the amount of trucks. But if you put your leaves all into the container, you would eliminate those 5 trucks in the capital cost for those trucks. But we think if we go ahead and get in a good replacement plan, we think those leaf vacs are going to run much longer, running just 3 months a year. So we think there will be pretty significant savings on the capital side by being able to maintain those trucks longer, especially the leaves only running 3 to 4 months a year. We just have given you what we have now, but we truly think that you'll be able to offer an incredible service with on demand. We'll still have leaf collection, but we'll do it as efficiently as we can. And we think at the end of the day, we're going to be as cost efficient as even possible to offer that level of service.
And then the tapering off here. So like, I know we have the bubble cost because of the new trucks that we need to buy, right? But then you kind of get into steady state where now the old trucks disappeared and new trucks are now just on a regular replacement plan, just like the old trucks were. So how much of this is representing the bubble cost versus kind of the steady state?
And Mariah helped me on this, but I think we've addressed that in our 10-year capital plan. You also have the cost of the capital for the 10 years. I mean, you don't see it here. I don't know what the trend looks like, but we already have the replacement cost mapped out of what it's going to take long term. So it's probably in there. We may have to get him another slide for that, but we map out in your handout is the 10-year plan of what that capital cost looks like just to maintain. The unknown is how long can we operate the leaf vacs and when we replace them. So if they're wore out when we start this, that's a challenge. But we think, and last year we needed to replace what we did. So we're trying to still operate the replacement plan schedule on top of the containerization plan. So it is pretty front loaded. But I think the answer is probably in the materials. But I think the cost drops off pretty significant because of the leaf vac.
Okay. And we can talk about, we're not setting rates here necessarily, right? But so we can get to that when we get to like more in depth about the conversation. So, kind of my read of the decision, right? It's like we have issues with grass that are separate from containerization. We can't kind of maintain what we're doing today in terms of our ability to mix grass in with other materials and then bring it to the areas where we deposit our yard waste today. So that is going to be a whole separate thing, plus all the issues with residents as we I'm kind of there with grass, right? And then doing something different or eliminating collection of grass altogether. As far as containerization, I just want to kind of get, so is it a cosplay? No, it's not a cosplay based on what we're seeing here, right? But it's really more mitigating a long-term risk. As these landfills become less available to us, and the only ones available to us are further away. Now we're driving, 60, 90 miles just to dump a truckload of leaves, right? If that's really the problem that we're trying to solve for, then it's really more of a risk mitigation play than it is a cost. Right? And so I just want to make sure that we cast this correctly, right? It's not about being more efficient necessarily, or that's not necessarily the intent here. It's really mitigating a longer term risk. Like we got to do this at some point, right? And we're trying to get in front of it now instead of waiting until it becomes a crisis.
That's wonderfully stated. Here's the thing that I didn't have time to address yesterday that's so important. It comes back to the efficiency. The grass is the emergent issue, is going to continue that. We took the risk of bringing the elimination of grass to you. It fit the sustainability model. But if you bite this bullet now, and what you have in the containers, you still have 31,000 piles we talk about of the smaller debris that the containers will capture for majority of the residents on top of them with regular clippings. With the grass eliminated, and the small quantities, there's a very high likelihood that it won't violate the permit of where we're disposing chips and limbs at, which is $17.62 a ton. I have to program what, if we have to take it to Raleigh, that's the cost. If we get rid of the grass, I think that we'll have a high success rate, and we've met with our providers. If you don't have the grass, we have a mixture of weeds, but mainly woody material. That's not going to violate their state permit. That's $17.62 a ton, and we can get rid of it locally. So we think that because we accept everything and grass is the problem, that if we rip the Band-Aid off and make the sustainability play now, we're setting ourselves up for future success, containerization, by violating stormwater concerns. So we think it's the right move, but we know the political dynamics. We truly do, but we think just eliminating the grass and then the efficiency comes with the bi-weekly containerization all at one time.
In the budget projections, is this accounting for your needs for additional equipment?
It is. The only thing that is not in this is what council decided to do related to the transfer yard on Perry Road. But this is it. This is a 10-year, I mean, you don't see it in this slide, but in your package is the 10-year capital plan that's on there.
Because I saw that, you were talking about we might be able to go from 5 to 4, and
we can do that now.
Even with our projected growth, it sounds as though that's still a cost savings that we're definitely gonna net. It's just.
Yeah, when we get out on the street, whenever you're doing something like this, you factor about 80% of the setup, right? What we look at on the street now, and after talking to field staff and then having actually Holly Springs true data, that's less trucks. So we went ahead last night. I emailed her after talking with our fleet manager, Brandon. Let's cut that 450,000 out of the capital request right now. But it's a tough bite to have to make a capital decision. And what hurts us and what hurts council is the fact that we have not raised rates since 2019. We got a double whammy here. Now, one thing I do want to mention is a lot of times you'll look at your peer communities where they charge you for trash, recycling, yard waste. Remember that we negotiated a 2.5% cap from GFL for 2 years on trash and recycling, so your rate's frozen. If you're going to do a rate adjustment, now's a good time because you're frozen on your trash and recycling rates. So you're able to kind of raise that yard waste fee and still be allowed with your peers. So that's a really good opportunity to consider.
Yeah, and to add some clarification for the question about capital over the long term, is either of these options kind of, you see that the rate is stabilizing as we get fully implemented in either rate scenario. And capital in these situations were allocated out over 6 to 8 years, depending on the equipment. So you do have that initial spike if you're looking at the 10-year chart, but this kind of helps smooth it over. So this should help rate stabilize somewhat more consistently over time. If you have the depreciation of these assets already built into them. So it's not like you'll see, a huge spike in rates and then it going down later. Because the capital is allocated over time, it'll be a smooth transition.
Okay, how big is the container size? Because many residents, they have relatively very small pile of grass, right? Like me, almost 9 almost. Because we have that kind of grass type, they grow really, really slow, right? They're green, but grow slow. Probably only need once a month to do the lawnmower. So like me, and I think many communities have the same type of grass, because they grow really slow and only need probably once a month, right? To do that. So if you get that container for people like me, we have lots of residents like me. That container, pretty big, so it's kind of waste. For some other residents, they have huge pile of grass. That container may not be enough, right? and they still have to call for that, special pickup. So for those people, if the container is not enough, they still leave, partial outside of that container, and we still have to pick up. They won't call, right? Ideally, they should call for special pickup. We should charge them. But if they only have a little bit, another pile, outside that container, they will not call. They expect us to pick up everything. It's, just from my perspective.
Yeah, and I can let our manager speak with that, but the administrative burden of trying to set your rates across the board. But then the great thing we build in is this flexibility to help our residents when they've got a special need. We haven't talked about it, but I know that we got the data where we have 21 townhome communities, but we had piles in those 21 townhome communities because they have trees. So they still do use the service, but there is a common that if someone doesn't want the cart for some reason, they have such low volume, but they don't want the cart, they can opt out, but they would still pay the fee. But for those that need extra service, we can definitely be accommodated, on a case-by-case basis. I don't know if that answers your question, but one thing I did glean from your conversation is what we've seen is the warm season grasses. When we go down into the New Hill area, literally it will fit in a Food Line shopping bag. The piles are so small, and that may be what you're experiencing, which is where I mentioned yesterday, you blow it. The
Into the
commercial
grass,
landscape
yes.
blow it back into the yard because it's such a small one. In those cases, people may not want a cart, but they would still get any leaves they may have. They could use the cart for that, but if they didn't, would still have curbside leaf collection. I don't know if that answers it.
So trying,
Okay, you go ahead.
I'm trying to pull us back big picture, because there are a lot of details. I know Sean's talked about, he's got some ideas on pay for use. And so there are a lot of details that we can figure out into John's, like our customer service and how we can supplement. In some cases, sometimes it's something we can accommodate for free, sometimes pay. Big picture items though, and decision points, containerization, discontinuation of grass, throw out any kind of big. So if we can get, and even a glide path on some of those, we're not saying all of this has to be done starting July 1st of this year. I think John's proposal, he had a kind of a 2-year plan on some of this. We just need to know if this is the general direction that we want to go, and we can come back to you with those additional details. John will absolutely take direction today on as many things as we can get, because that could have implications to the budget that we are currently in process with. I think what we've already said, at least in terms of fee, if you change nothing else, we'll be bringing forward the status quo budget fee item, which is the $9.55, right, Ryan? So at a minimum, what we plan to bring forward is status quo $9.55 to make sure that we're covering our costs. But from there, we would love any direction on the big picture of containerization, discontinuing grass, bi-weekly service.
Bi-weekly,
on demand offer.
A month?
So bi-weekly is only
Yeah.
on yard days, right?
It's right, bi-weekly on yard waste. You have weekly trash and recycling.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
and that's locked down and that's in contract status quo.
So just like some of the changes we talked about yesterday, I think communication is gonna be terribly important here, right? Because again, I can see people, starting to put their grass in containers, right, where we do not want that, right? And then, it kind of just moves the problem to a different part of the system. So I think my recommendation would be to start with elimination of grass collection. That people get used to that, and then implement containers on the heels of that. Whatever we think we're ready for that.
Yeah, that's great because that fits our plan, which is a 20-month communication period with option 2, which we would really like because you've got time to order your capital, get your equipment in here over a 2-year budget cycle, start the process and start reducing the tonnage right now, implementing everything. So I think that's a perfect scenario for us. Yeah, March 6th of 2028 is what we're For the cart launch. Yeah,
Cart launch.
container.
So
Yep.
the grass elimination would be when then?
July 1, we would hope, along with bi-weekly
July
collection.
1 this year?
Yeah, if possible. Yeah, we could go ahead and educate that. If we needed to push it out to after the fall season and get through the summer, we're happy to do that too. Meaning get through the grass season, which we're happy to do that. Yeah.
That might be the
Yeah,
better.
sure.
option, just to kind of give
Yeah.
folks a little bit more of I fear that the problem will peak July 1st, then we're going to be playing no, we said stop.
Yeah.
And people are like, what do you mean said stop? So I think it'll take at least
Get through the grass season cycle. That works for us. We're absolutely happy.
Oh, yeah, we're still working.
Whatever you try to communicate, whatever date you have.
Yeah.
That day comes around, there will still be posted file on the street.
And we're gonna take a hit on our Zen City survey.
Yeah.
Or whoever we use. Yeah, that's right. It's not statistically significant. So.
No, I think that is honestly, that is the number one, most important action we can take, reducing that tonnage. The minute we start seeing those grass tonnages fall, some of this small grass that happens to weave its way in is going to be mixed in with the leaves, sticks. We're going to be able to get rid of that locally. We feel pretty confident. So if we can get that, we're going to save a lot on the tonnage reduction. So that's probably the best move you can make.
So talked about this yesterday. I kind of like the idea of making changes at the break in fiscal years. Now I don't think we can go hard stop on July 1st and just one file, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think, but then we do, okay, we implement a change, right? And for some period of time, whatever we determine to be reasonable, right? We do need to have door hangers or whatever it is, right? That say, hey, we picked it up today, but.
I think our
We are
staff
not
is
picking.
really good.
I'm kidding.
Question.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree. Vast majority of my concern is going to be, or prioritization would be around communication. How to, obviously, we're going to have knee-jerk reaction. I know that I don't like hearing that as a resident, right? So my question is how we can, have you seen how this plays out in some of these other municipalities? Is it like, do we go then and talk to the HOAs and then the HOAs maybe hire their own to handle something else separately or decide to do it or not?
We do the direct face-to-face with the HOA board members in their meetings. What I would recommend is after we have your direction, at some point that we go ahead and we work with communications. I've already talked with Marla and her team that we bring you together a marketing plan of what we propose so you know and approve before we ever have that first communication. This is our plan. I've drafted a lot of it, but I'm not a communications person. So I'll take my thoughts with our communication outreach and community engagement. But Brandon and I have talked about with our cart delivery truck going to some of the HOAs, maybe in their pool community Saturday morning from 10 to 12. Because that cart delivery is what they see, but that's where our tags are and our outreach material. So we've learned a lot from the Raleigh launch, and we've learned a lot from the Holly Springs launch. That's one reason we want a 20-month window. We have to order the equipment, and we can do it over 2 budget cycles. But our goal is to do as much outreach before this ever happens. But we would like y'all's approval of those marketing materials. Would I be right, Stacy, on offering that recommendation? That way, because you may say, oh, I don't really like this message, or I think this is great. If you thought about that, that way you're in control of what the message is for your cover as well.
I think I would make a motion that to direct staff to start the elimination of grass collections effective July 1st. And containerization to follow probably 2 fiscal years later, July 1st, 2028. Gives you a couple extra months, right? But again, then we kind of keep these major changes at that fiscal year.
Be divide them. Again, there's three issues: grass, containerization, biweekly. And I think you already have direction to make all the ordinance changes.
Yes. Yeah, we've had that prepared.
And so I would lump biweekly collection of dark waste, but it's a containerization.
One point of clarification, our option one is launching March 28th, which is 2 budget cycles. Is that the same thing?
I'm suggesting pushing it to July 1st again.
Okay.
Keep it on the fiscal year calendar.
Sure, got it, okay.
But, and again, like start the program, eliminating grass collections July 1st, but again, there's gonna be some
In 2 years.
transition period, right, where we're still would be collecting grass clippings. But, you know, with notification to the residents that,
Sure.
hey, like, this is going to stop at, this and this day.
I don't have an agreement, I just have what is a correlated concern that I'd like to, I don't know if it needs to be part of this, and maybe it doesn't, but I just, is there, and it may not be feasible, my concern is enforcement. I'm concerned that some people are gonna say, you know what, I don't care, for 20-some years, they pick up my grass, I'm dumping it in the creek behind my house, you know, where the greenway is. I know we're not gonna catch everything for everyone, like super users or super violators. Is there any, but like, is that DEQ or the county or somebody
No,
else?
we have a stormwater team, so you've got your illicit discharges related
have
to
a-
that. We do. And yep.
So our stormwater team deals with that already.
Great.
Almost as a regular.
I
thing.
figured,
We
I just
have
wanted
a-
to make sure I could see it.
Yeah, what we call IDD, illicit discharges and elimination. So that's a part, that's already an ordinance. There's
Yeah.
already things to make it in the.
Thank you, Josh.
I prefer we, to buy our new truck and delay the containerization because it's kind of, first it's cost, right? Second, somebody need it, somebody don't. Yeah. Can we make the, grass pickup like you call, if you need it, you call and you pay for it. So for the smaller ones like mine, like my neighbors, we just, make, blow all the grass back into the yard. So it's the most environmental friendly, right? For the bigger piles, they pay for it, right? And we save cost and meet people's needs. That's my opinion, yeah.
And I think we can do pay options and do some other things, but grass still becomes the challenge of if we're picking it up, is what we're worried about is that we will have eventually no place to take grass to. So whether someone calls us or not, if we go pick it up, we got to do something with it. Is the only problem.
I would say there may be an option there. The Raleigh takes it right now. So there is the potential that we could do a pay for pickup option on that. It would be expensive for us to do that because we would have, it would be a one-off where we would pick up the grass and basically have to take it to Raleigh or somewhere. But that could be a pass-through cost if a resident wanted it.
Just going to be extremely inefficient on that, which will make it a higher cost. That's fine.
Yeah.
The other thing one of the reasons we're bringing the elimination of grass to you, Brad and I have met with Raleigh. They're already understaffed. They're not processing. We can't, because we don't have our own disposal processing site like they do. We're putting ourselves up for risk if we can't get rid of it. So that's why we brought the thing. But right now, to Marty's point, they are accepting grass, but it's at $80 or $70, I think, a ton all in to get there. So
You have enough in his motion.
With clarification requested, because we talked about July 1st, but then we talked about not starting in the middle of the grass season. So I was a little confused. Starting the implementation, meaning start the process, but not necessarily we're stopping July 1 taking. Is that what you?
So I think we have a couple months to start communication and all that. So basically saying we're like, that's in July, right? This new UDO amendment comes into effect, right? We'll have a grace period, whichever, again, you guys determine to be reasonable to where, we still will collect grass as needed, but, we will be very, specific that, hey, this is kind of courtesy right now. Before we do full elimination and stop any type of pickup. And so I know it's not entirely clean on July 1st, but, I think that's the new rules coming into effect and then having some period of grace following that to, change people's behavior. I think it's reasonable. Instead of, go cold turkey on.
Refer to, the pickup, I think we can, set up, certain dates, like, each week, for example, Wednesday, right? Residents, call for pickup, we only pick up on Wednesdays, but they have to call in advance. So this week, we are, we maximize our efficient, we pick up all the needed, yard waste, grasses and in food truck and then go, dump. So instead of, pick up at this house and then that house on different days. And then we have to do multiple trips. Can we, that probably more efficient.
It's actually not efficient.
Okay.
in all that way. I'm sorry. We have routes. You saw the AB routes. We have a certain zone that we run. So when we send a truck, it's working everything in that zone. Now, when we get to the off cycle demand where, for example, if you really had enough volume you needed weekly collection, you could send a call or you could call us. And that's kind of playing into what you're saying, but we would have to have them pay the on-demand fee, which is something else y'all would probably establish today, if possible, to figure out what that excess charge is for the new upcoming ordinance or budget. But we're close. I think we're going to be offering what you're talking about. I think.
Yes, I mean, just like you pick up in different areas. For example, my yard waste pickup, just example, like Tuesday, right, in that area. So in that the residents in that area, they can call and ask for pickup, but it's like you have to pay for each pickup, right? The smaller ones, they don't even need to call; they just go to the yard. Yeah, the bigger ones, at that area every Tuesday, that area every Wednesday, just like the regular route you're doing now, but they call and you pick up. The difference is somebody may not need pickup, right? And somebody need pickup, they have to pay for it. Something. Okay.
I think that fits our bi-weekly model.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I think we're saying the same thing.
Anyone a second?
We need some clarification on what that motion is. Because what I've heard is that start the elimination of yard waste pickup communication with an effective date of blank.
Grass.
Okay, just grass only.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've talked about initiation of the containerization, which I think needs to be separate, as well as the bi-weekly pickup.
It's separate. Right, and so I would combine bi-weekly pickup with containerization implementation, right, which follows 2 years after the grass elimination. And the timeline that John and King just articulated.
Now, do we do bi-weekly start now?
No.
Yes.
No.
I was thinking we're to start by having a motion on grass.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. I think we're adding too many things.
Yeah.
So it would be easier if we just broke those apart and started with grass. And if we can say, be clear on when you want it to be effective. Because I've heard communication July 1.
I said communication ASAP, rules go into effect July 1st with the enforcement, CBD, right? Manager's discretion.
That's it. This calendar year, 2026.
I'll second it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
No.
3-2.
Make a motion to investigate the start implementation of containerized pickup effective July 1st, 2020.
Okay. Can I?
2028.
So this is your only grass, right?
No grass. Grass is already gone.
Yeah, you just voted on that.
Okay. For other yard waste. Okay.
Do you have everything you need for this part?
Yeah, I would say inherent with that, there's some lead up obviously to that start period. That we would have to do the decision. I think it's capital,
Administrator.
capital as well.
Treasurer. We're just giving direction.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carry.
And there was motion on by the pickup. Anybody else have a? strong
Yeah.
opinion on that?
Yeah, and we'll be in by.
Yes. Yeah.
This year. With communication, I was just curious what the specific, like.
Unless you illuminate grass, or already don't have.
Yeah.
You don't have the need to do weekly pickup, especially with grass elimination.
Gotcha, I was just curious. I was just curious your timeline. Is it like immediate and then the discretionary to the town manager's discretion, or is it immediate?
I think
immediate? Wait, never mind. If you guys coming by, that's great.
Right, I mean, the town manager could delay it. It doesn't really matter, but I think it should align, you know what?
I was just curious if there's communication here.
I don't want to go over prescriptive, like certainly communicate immediately, whatever we do.
Yeah.
I think July 1 is a good date to align it with the thing. But again, with the elimination of grass and with the current bonds we already see over those goals, I think it's kind of
Bi-weekly is a good,
Second.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got a second. Discussion, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Got everything you need. Purpose. Thank you, everyone.
The question last was excess rates. I don't know that we're gonna get to that today. I think we need to take back what we've got digested, and then if we can bring an item sooner rather than later to discuss.
I think that should be part of the budget ordinance.
It's a fee structure.
Fee structure that should be supportive to encourage people to not make excess files and also making accessible service people. So $500 too much, $5 too little for your recommendation. I would say just bring it budget ordinance schedule, what I would say.
Budget table, any concerns? You good? Okay.
All right, good job.
All right.
Thank you all. I think you're finally gonna have this program what they do. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. We got a couple things brewing here. And so the last thing we had in this, unless there are other hot topics, we had the expansion of the streetscape project that was brought up on the initiative discussion. We didn't get to it the other day, so I don't know if we want to talk about that now. We want to punt that item, whatever your desire is.
You should, how much time have we got?
So we have still initiatives discussion, which that could be a part of the initiatives discussion. And then we have, during lunch, we had planned to do the council policy development brainstorming.
That'll be quick.
And then we have our facilitator here for the 12 things. So we have three things left.
Okay.
We could decide, because I really don't want the initiative part to be rushed either. So we could decide to take that and be intentional at a future meeting. And what I mentioned yesterday is that those initiatives most likely are not going to feed into this budget year anyway. So while there is a sense of urgency because we have a new council seated to get new initiatives, we could pause and so bring it back at work sessions focused on new initiatives. That's the thing.
Makes sense.
Everybody good with that? Yeah. Okay. So then the question is, do you want to talk any about streetscaping project or do you want to save that for new initiatives section? I'm seeing hold.
Yeah.
Okay. So then that leaves lunch and the council policy development. And I think lunch needs a few minutes to get ready. So could you start that discussion on
Sure.
Yep. We'll go into that.
Yeah, I think you need some,
No, I'm good. I mean, it's great. Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, all the things we discussed with you.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. So this will be quick. This was just to make sure everybody's on the same page with the policy requests that have come forward from various members. So we'll do a brief run through of the policies that we've received a request for and or plan to initiate some modifications to, and then that development timeline. So one of the requests was to have a policy that kind of defines what the monthly stipends stand for, have a discussion around whether there's expenditure limit on certain events, establishing a department card for our elected members for travel and training, outlining some reimbursement procedures for the elected body, and then setting monthly expenditure reports to come to not only the governing body, but also to have those on a council consent agenda item. Again, these are kind of some policies that are in development. So we don't have draft policies to share with you today. We'll talk about the timeline for those, but because some of these have come up in individual conversations, I wanted to take this opportunity while you were all together to make sure that everybody was aware of the policies that were in development and in process. This has some content.
Lunch is ready, by the way, Alan.
Okay, perfect. So I think in the copy that was printed for you all.
So do you want any discussion or debate on each of these?
What are we doing? This is more informational.
Okay.
So what would there be to debate?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess from my perspective is that if there's not support to have such a policy, then we need to know that because we don't want to invest time in something that, I think there is in the things that we've outlined here. But if there are things that you see that is, that you don't want, then let us know that. But really, this was more just informational to make sure that everybody was on the same page with the policies that have been requested. So we don't want to bring this back at a future work session, which is, I think, scheduled to come back in April, and any of these surprise.
So to do or not to do a particular policy, but they.
Correct.
In April, in a work session.
Correct. Yes, that's right. That's right. So the social media one is in your packet. I'm not sure why it's not showing up here. But just to be clear, this is preferred practices. Spoken to Lori, and this one's a little complicated because we as an elected official, you give up your First Amendment right. And so how we regulate what kind of statements that you all put out, et cetera. But I do think there needs to be some shared understanding amongst you all with how certain statements are coming about and how what would our standard be. So some of the items that I put in that you have in front of you is the potential misuse of letterhead or official signia, the public perception of what could be official communication. So if one member is putting it out, is it the town's statement or is it that member's statement? And so I think there needs to be a kind of a collection of understanding, if you will, while understanding that each of you have constituents that you all represent, and you may take a different approach to how you feel or represent a particular topic or issue. But just understanding that when things come out that look official, there is a perception potential issue. And so, again, we're calling that best practices because we can't really establish a policy to say you can't do that because then it again infringes upon First Amendment rights.
Just to interject a little bit, so there now. So my request on this one was really more grounded in unintentionally creating a potential liability. Right. So what is it that we say on our personal pages by making it look official and all that, right? Because like we get a nice little picture and whatnot, but next to be insignia. At what point in time do we cross over into okay, now we're making statements that potentially could be binding to the town, right? And I think that's really what I want to protect against, right? So that we don't unintentionally, right, in most cases, create a liability for the town or something that could be perceived as a liability of the town, right? That's really what's the primary motivator here.
That's gonna be really difficult to put it into any kind of a policy, like what, and by that, no one individual council member or mayor speaking on a social media site is going to bind the town to any decision. Again, I understand that, you know, opinions can vary and all of these things, but there can be a perception created that they're speaking on behalf of the town when they post on a social media page, but trying to communicate that out to the residents is, in my opinion, better done by putting a policy on the town's website that says, acknowledges that the council members speaking on their individual social media pages are not speaking on behalf of the town council or the town of Apex. And that to me, you all have a better chance of successfully having such a policy that says we're going to put that on our town government page than trying to monitor, restrict, or ask another member to put on any particular language on their own social media pages or websites.
So I'm fine with all of that. I still think we need some guardrails, right? Okay, here's what we would prefer you to do, right? Because there's, I mean, I think the UNC School of Governments, have had some precedent and some legal cases where posts made by individual members of a governing body, became a binding thing to whatever entity they represented. And so, again, like with the prevalence of social media, right, and a lot of communication happening through social media right now, right? What are the best practices and what kind of needs to govern our behavior, so we don't get ourselves into that situation. If a statement on the town website to that effect is helpful in that, fine, let's go do that, make it part of practice that we're implementing. I think then as a preferred practice, we should refer back to that statement on our personal pages and like, hey, right, here's the official stance, right? And yes, you cannot require me to do it, but that we do consider that to be best practice, right? So again, like what is it kind of, here's what we should refrain from or prefer you to refrain from. Again, like, not about curbing First Amendment rights, but I do think that we need some guidelines in terms of how we conduct ourselves online.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that a elected official cannot create liability for a town based on their actions on social media or otherwise. I mean, that's, even just a potential lawsuit could occur, whether it's, valid or not. So, or has merit or not, I should say, but yeah.
So that was really my request when I first brought this up, and I'm not sure if anybody else has kind of echoed this request, but I know that I, for one, have been asking for this.
I think I would say that it's reasonable to have a social media policy. Plenty of time for social media policies. I think what Lori's saying is, you mentioned guardrails, like it wouldn't be a guardrail. Like that term means something specific, and it would be just a recommended best practice kind of thing. I think you need a term on one as well. So just to be clear, like, so I do think a policy is taking social media is fine, and I think what Lori is saying is clear about what the effect of that is and what.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, sorry, was there a copy that, oh, you're about to go?
Yeah,
Excellent, all right. I was just gonna say, I think spirit of the policy is what we should volunteer to adopt on behalf of the town. Because at the end of the day, the goal is to delineate speaking in an official capacity, speaking in an informal or sometimes campaign capacity. And I think we've seen folks do a good job, especially in Wake County, of delineating when they're campaigning versus when they have a official elected official hat on. So I'm a big proponent of transparency and good spirit and collaboration. And anything we can do to encourage that among us only serves the town better.
Can we, put something officially, like any council members, even on their own social media, like Terry, Apex Town Council, even under that title, right? Any one of them cannot be, representing our town as a whole, just a personal, anything on their personal, social media, it's personal, nothing represents the town. Maybe we can just see something like this.
I think that gets to this best practices where you all can say as a group that you all want to do that and execute on that. But I think that's something that you all will have to commit to each other by doing, not that there's a necessarily a requirement that you do.
Yeah. So,
That's the struggle. I think that what we're getting at is that we can have best practices that you all say that you're going to commit to and that you're going to support. But then having it as a policy, that's where it gets a little bit.
Well, and really the policy is, the problematic pieces of the policy would be to prohibit a particular council member from making statements or to require that particular individuals make statements. Those would be the concerns. I think there are things that can and should be included in a social media policy outside of that, a recognition that, your social media posts are maybe subject to public records law, an acknowledgement that, that you recognize that even though this site may or may not be related to your personal site as an elected official, there may be things regarding what you can hide or restrict on your now official business related post. So
yeah, that's
it's a complicated subject. There are things that can be addressed in a social media policy. I just want to be clear what we're talking about with respect to First Amendment rights. You all still have First Amendment rights.
Yes.
Even though you are elected officials. Others, and also you have a duty not to restrict others.
Yeah, that's true.
First Amendment rights.
To speak about myself, one thing that I've questioned whether or not, because I would like to determine the firewall between, should I be wearing the Town of Apex pin? Like, when is appropriate? I know that's like a specific thing, but it's actually important to me. I want to know, so like, for instance, we were at a thing last night and I did not wear mine because I was like, I don't know if I'm really here in an official capacity. But those are the kind of things that I would like to do a better job to build trust with the community. So they know when I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a dad, as a school parent, as as someone who has personal opinions here and what that is representing. Because the last thing I'll say is that good faith effort, I think, goes a long way, because you have a general public who's busy living their lives and you just see something and you infer it a certain way. And I think it's important for us as best we can to delineate those two.
So, okay.
So big picture,
We're looking for some guidance.
you want a policy on this?
Yeah, we've heard
Details
this,
to
so
come.
that's we hear the sentiment, and that's what we'll bring back.
But again, I do want to kind of harp on the legal report stuff, because I think there's a case law also with this deleting select comments, right, based on something that you post, where you can or cannot do that, right? And so again, like, let's just kind of get that front and center for us, so that we don't inadvertently do something, even if it's in our social media or our own social media pages, right, that could present in any way, shape, or form, some harmful impacts to this.
All right. Another item that's been presented is to have some sort of review process separate and apart from our normal nomination for advisory boards, specifically having certain board members or applicants be interviewed. And so kind of the concept of the way we've seen this work in other communities is that at a council meeting, you all would establish kind of a non-standing committee that would interview the applicants for the resident advisory boards. That committee would make a recommendation to the mayor, to the council, however you all want to structure that process. But essentially, they would be interviewed. There would be a requirement to be interviewed and some recommendations made from that process. I think the concern is that because both planning board members and board of adjustment members, not only are those boards statutorily required, but they serve a greater and bigger role. And so wanting to have some more information about the applicants through an interview process was the idea. Any questions? Okay. All right. The next to last one, I believe, is the some guidelines around community town halls, office hours, and events by the governing body members. I think, you know, we try to do a good job, at least in the clerk's office, and I know in partnership with other departments, to support each of you in your endeavors. I think at times we're going to roll out the red carpet for everybody, but sometimes that may not be in support of what other members would expect to be done. So, for example, if we have a community meeting and a request comes in to have a dinner at that community meeting and we spend $500, $600, is that acceptable to other members of the council? Is it not? And so what we're asking here, or what we're proposing here, is that there be some structure put in place to how you would request for space. What is an acceptable amount of funds that could be expended? You know, is that $50 for office hours? Is it $100? Et cetera. And what is our role in that? So what is, and I say our, but what is staff's role in that? Are we setting up? Are we not? Are we, you know, having to have it in a town space? Are we limiting this support to, you know, off years, right? So that it doesn't conflict with campaign cycles or election cycles and those kinds of things. So right now we don't have this guidance, and so we need some framework just to make sure that all of you are on the same page and that we as staff are on the same page. Any questions?
Have you looked at other municipalities just to see what they have?
Yes.
And
policies exist.
Great. Is there wide variance, or are they pretty aligned?
I would say it's really the tolerance level of the elected body in general, but they're aligned in terms of not having support during campaign season. They're, you know, but just depends on the tolerance level.
Members on the ballot specifically, or
that's a good question. I think it's just the candidates that are on the ballot, but
4 years.
Also, like, how would this work? Will you bring us a menu of like, well, here's 7 things that you all vote on, but you want this. You know, here's a number. Pick a number for the average. You just put on a list and pick value. Is that the policy?
Yes. I think some of it would be that, you know, we're going to look at what other communities do, and so we'll present that first to say, you know, hey, here's the spectrum. Here's what we've seen in terms of expenditures. Several of you have office hours now and have had events before. And so we can bring some of those expenditures to you all to say, you know, here's what we historically spent. Is that okay to continue? Is it not? Is it in alignment with what we see in other communities? So I think a lot of that will be broken down in by section, and then we'll ask, just like you talked about, direction on each of those components.
It could be that you get an allocated, here's $2,000 to each member for office hours, whatever it is, that could be.
One of them, $2 grand.
Yeah, right. Your discretion, as long as it's within that 2,000 or 4,000, whatever.
Yeah, and that gets back to this financial policy on whether you want to have kind of expenditure limits for either event or per member. In some communities, they say, you know, each member gets $5,000 of travel and training, you know, and that can be for meals, that can be for trainings, for you as an individual, that can be for your community's support. If we're not in districts, but if you were, how those funds get used for those sort of events. So that gets along to what you're saying as having, you know, these expenditure limits based on member or based on the event. Any questions on this policy? Okay. The last one is public forum, public hearing policy. We do have one. If you looked at it or read it, it's pretty dated. And so some of the things that we have as a standard practice now is not incorporated into that policy, so that we want to have it in the policy. A couple of things that, just as an example, since I've gotten here, we don't load like thumb drives into our equipment to display resident material. As frustrating as it may be to get a bunch of paper handouts, that kind of keeps us and our network protected. But because our policy states that you need to coordinate with IT in advance of the meeting, we do get some constituents that say, hey, that practice is inconsistent with what you're requiring you to do. So that would be one of the things that we would say is like, hey, don't coordinate with IT. We're not going to plug in your stuff into our equipment, etc. We also don't have clear guidance on if someone brings like posters, can they block the visibility of other people behind them? Do they have to stand in the back of the room and those types of things? And so having that incorporated into the policy. We've also talked to legal about there's been some situations where we don't want to make it too restrictive in our policy, where again, we're getting back to those First Amendment rights. So again, these are some things that we're kind of talking through and just wanted to make sure that our policy aligns with our practice. So just so that everyone's on the same page, so some of this work has already been done. So, but I did want to illustrate that this is a collaborative process between Randy, Lori, and myself as we look at developing these processes and then bringing them back to you all for consideration at the April work session. Again, this will be more menu option style. I have regular bi-weekly meetings with each of you, so some of these conversations will come up in those meetings so that everything is not just a complete surprise. But we'll kind of dig into that as a unit, or as you all as a unit together at the April work session with the plan for them to be adopted in June and then effective for July 1.
Ellen, in your experience, like, are there any other policies for the governing body that you've seen that we haven't discussed yet? Let me turn it into a question. Could you do some research to see if there's other policies governing elected bodies that we haven't discussed yet?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And then when that was kind of going to be my response, is that I need to do some additional research. I think some policies, especially when you look at compare yourself to larger municipalities and or counties, they may be specific to things that they experience, based on district, based on the size, et cetera. But I think this captures a lot of what we're missing foundationally as we continue to grow. And I know you've mentioned that, is that, as we continue to grow up and be adults, if you will, as a municipality, some of these guardrails and parameters will help, I think, just communication, understanding of all of you. But we'll do some research to make sure that comes back to you as well.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Are we missing anything that you all see? Is there anything that you all are seeing?
Good job. Should we?
Lunchtime.
Yeah, lunch.
Facilitated session.